Okay. Good morning, everybody. We are calling to order December MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the usual safety announcement and then from our public speakers.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thanks. Megan, public speakers?
Good morning and welcome to the MTA's Board Meeting's public comment session. We have 32 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum and to remain on topic throughout their remarks. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be John Padula, followed by Deborah Greif.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Looking over this last year, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Access-Ride has made some meaningful improvements, and I just want to thank Rachel and the team. I think Rachel's doing an excellent job. I think it's nice to have intelligent leadership that actually cares. I think over the years, we didn't have such buy-in from leadership about paratransit going back 10, 20 years ago. But meaningful things have happened. And first and foremost, the RFP for the scheduling engine. If it wasn't for Chris, I wouldn't even know how important that is or what that is and what that means in terms of modernizing the operations. The Omni pilot, very big deal. I can't tell you what joy it brings me not to have to go to the bank and get straps and straps of singles. Can't tell you all the weird and awkward jokes I've endured over the years about my overabundance of the need for an overabundance of singles. Phase 3 actually happened. And again, that was a team effort from Chris and Rachel, and Phase 3 is usable. There's some reasonable tweaks that can happen in 2025, but we need to just roll that out for more people and give people that access if they want it. Last but not least, the 20-minute window. It's a big deal. Where else is 30 minutes deemed on time but paratransit? And the fact that we're discussing a 20-minute window, and I hope that that's a long-term goal, I think is very important and is a good step towards actually giving people real choices, reasonable access that'll support gainful employment in our city. I want to wish you all a very, very happy holiday season. God bless you guys. And we'll see you in the new year. My name's John Padula. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Deborah Greif, followed by Chris Greif.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Deborah Greif. I'm here to thank, first of all, I want to thank you, Rachel, Frank. I want to thank you all for everybody, Demetrius, both the presidents of the railroads. It's nice to have a more accessible systems. I'm seeing major improvements. Yes, there's things that don't always work right, like when drivers, sometimes bus drivers don't pay attention, or certain accessory drivers don't want to hear our suggestions. But if they want to follow the app, even though we know that we see a truck in front of us, we're just trying to make sure we get to where we have to early and on time. I'm also very happy to see that now people with disabilities and seniors are going to be getting soon the Omni card in the mail. I also want you to know I was at the Port Authority meeting to thank them that they're finally going to have the reduced fare cards for people with disability to use the PATH trains. Now we need to get them to make sure 14th Street, Christopher Street, and 23rd Street are also accessible, so we have more than one place to get on PATH. And with that, I want to wish everybody a happy, healthy holidays. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Chris Greif, followed by Monica Bartley.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I want to wish everyone happy holidays. As everyone else behind me has mentioned accessibility for the years, 6 years. We look at 6 years already and look at now. What things we have accomplished. We have got some done. Things will still continue to be getting done. But as everyone says, we're not Sonic the Hedgehog. We're not Superman faster than a stealing bullet. But we have to be careful. We have to think safety. We have to think cautiously. And we need to work together to make sure that every train station, every bus, accessory railroad are fully accessible. And that's including the Omni card. I want to thank our detectives, NYPD, MTA Police, and the guards all around this building. Coming into the building, it was always wonderful to come in. They always say good morning, good afternoon, have a great day. They deserve a lot of compliments because, including the unions who are here or who are all around us. You know, things have to, we have to work together in the future of 2025. We have to make sure we do not see any more fare hikes, anything cuts. We need to make sure that people have a job to come into MTA, and they love the job because they want to experience the job. They love using the trains, the buses, and getting educated. And I want to thank everyone who's in this room, to the MTA, to everyone who's listening. Thank you for those. But I hope our elected official hears this. We need to work together to get accessibility done. Does that mean we have to use congestion pricing? Yes, because we shouldn't be, our advocates who are here, shouldn't be stuck on accessory over a tunnel or a bridge. We need to run on time. We need to think safe because a doctor's appointment is really important. And very important is safety of the customers. We have to work together, and I hope our holidays comes really a great one for this year and next year. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Monica Bartley, followed by Miriam Fisher.
And happy holidays to everyone. My name is Monica Bartley, and I'm a board member of DIA and an accessorized wheelchair user. For the past year, despite hearing glowing reports about accessorized and Maggie's, I've been having horrible experiences at least once a week. The biggest problem is them coming very late to pick me up 1 or 2 hours late. My efforts to get a taxi authorization are often thwarted by accessorized agents, which who usually say the van is 10 or 15 minutes away. And it always ends up being over an hour late. Is someone lying? Why am I having repeat problems? On one occasion, I heard from a driver that they assigned my pickup to him just as he came to work. And my pickup time was just minutes away. So it was impossible for him to get to me on time. I do make complaints, but nothing ever happens. And I'm tired from waiting and worrying and being way too late or way too early to things. Not that long ago, Accessoride brought me here to a meeting, and I arrived at 7 a.m. Did any of you arrive here almost 2 hours early? So to get to an appointment on time, I have to be like 2 hours early. I am hoping for the new year 2025 that I'll see an improvement in this situation. It's a problem, and I am looking to you to fix it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Miriam Fisher, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. To the MTA, good morning. A message continued from Monday when activists rallied for signing the elevator maintenance law. Please sign the maintenance lawsuit. A law is a guarantee, not a promise that can be broken. People with disabilities need guarantees that they won't be stranded for hours with no other choices and needing the EMS rescue, a poor use of EMS, which is needed for emergencies, not for elevator not running. Announcements of elevator outages in the subway cars on the platform. Not everybody has cells which don't work everywhere. The technology is there. I don't know if I'll be holding this right, but this is from Washington, D.C., where the digital signs told riders that the elevators were out and warned them so they can prepare and not go to a station where they'll get stranded. Bathrooms. How many are open? How many are wheelchair accessible? I heard that 78 of 133 bathrooms only are wheelchair accessible. Can we improve that? And can we open more bathrooms? Benches are often removed in stations where homeless congregate. People need to sit. Pregnant women, bad backs, bad knees. Don't remove the benches. Work on the problems in other ways, but let people have the comfort of sitting while they're waiting for the subway. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Eric Ramon.
Good morning, everybody. Jason Anthony here. Let's say 2024 was a wonderful year for the MTA. We had elevators being opened throughout the region, Long Island, the Hudson Valley. We had stations being renovated. Let's mention Garrison, Babylon. Subway stations being renovated with elevators, like, for example, Queensboro Plaza. Let's mention in my beloved borough of the Bronx. We had open houses in 4 of the 5 boroughs. The MTA is one of those agencies that's been open to listen, not like New Jersey Transit Corporation that is exclusive, not inclusive. And I want to thank our beloved chairman and CEO, Janelle Lieber, that not only talks, but does whatever he is saying. I want to thank our beloved Capital and Development President, Jamie Torres Springer, that whatever is mentioned gets done in a timely fashion. I want to thank our beloved President of New York City Transit, Dimitri Critchlow, because every problem that is coming, it gets resolved. Our beloved presidents of Commuter Rails, Cassie and Rob, thank you for getting service above 90%. So 2025 is going to be better.
Our next speaker will be Eric Ramon, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning, board members. Eric Roman, Northeast Director with Jobs in America, speaking today on your decision to exercise an option on the Kawasaki railcar contract. In addition to the 435 cars that you guys are approving today, you all know that just a couple months ago, you approved a plan to purchase an additional 1,500 new subway cars and 500 new commuter rail cars between now and 2029. This plan will help ensure a 21st century transit system for the people of New York. But will this investment also produce family-sustaining career track jobs? Like so many other infrastructure investments this agency in this state makes, you have the power to impact that outcome. Jobs of America and our union partners around the country are working with agencies to adopt policies like the Manufacturing Careers Policy at LA Metro that encourage companies making manufactured goods for the public to create good jobs and ensure that U.S. manufacturing is a path to the middle class, not a race to the bottom. To this agency's credit, you worked with us when you first negotiated the R211 contract with Kawasaki, requiring the company to complete a worksheet detailing the jobs it would create, what workers would get paid, and other data. It's a tool we developed with the approval of the U.S. Department of Transportation called the U.S. Employment Plan. But this tool only works to hold contractors accountable to their commitments if public transparency is baked in. So why has the MTA undermined its own positive step by refusing to release unredacted versions of the documents you've required Kawasaki to submit? We ask that you reverse your staff's position on these documents. We're eager to work with you to ensure these same requirements are part of the next bidding process, part of the bidding process for the next round of rolling stock purchases. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Philip Valenti.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. There was a news conference yesterday unveiling the Queens Bus Network Redesign Proposed Final Plan Addendum. Members of the Transportation Alternatives and Riders Alliance were invited to the news conference, but not Passengers United. The MTA's bias towards Passengers United is disgusting. Shame on you. The proposed bus service enhancements effective spring 2025 and summer 2025 were presented to the NYCT MTA Bus Committee meeting Monday. The enhancements continues to assume a 2 to 3% spike in ridership due to the implementation of congestion pricing. As I said from the beginning, I continue to project 5 to 10%. Therefore, I think that the proposed enhancements are woefully inadequate. Long Island Railroad fares at the Far Rockaway Station are proposed to be discounted temporarily to $2.75 per trip, and the round-trip ticket discounted to $5.50 for the duration of the Rockaway Line Rehabilitation and Resiliency Project. While these discounts are great for the people of the Eastern Rockaways, what about the people of the Western Rockaways? They deserve equitable treatment. I think that the base fare for the QM15, QM16, and QM17 should be temporarily discounted to $3.50 and $1.75 during the off-peak for those eligible for the reduced fare discount. I suggested this at the Finance Committee meeting on Monday, but the idea fell on deaf ears. MTA Board, you have the power. Use it. Make this happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Philip Valenti, followed by Ron Mitchell.
Philip Valenti, President of TW Local 106 Transit Supervisors. I'm here today because you have a budget crisis. So your plan, as we find out a couple of weeks ago, cut 10 road dispatchers. Road dispatchers work 24/7, 365 out in the street, adjusting bus service, keeping buses on time, helping the public, answer questions, and helping the operators. With these cuts, you will see slower bus service, longer wait times, angrier public, increased assault, harassment on operators, and slower, more unsafe bus service. But the problem here is that you caused this. Your mistakes, your mismanagement on the part of the MTA, miscalculations led to the budget crisis we're in today. And your way of fixing this is to cut 10 supervisor jobs, free no-fare bus routes, pay before you board SBS bus service, turnstiles that are old and people are jumping and not paying their fares. You did this. These are mistakes that the MTA board made by not doing their job. These are MTA board blunders. And now you want to cut 10 supervisors instead of cutting managers. There's been no talk of cutting managers. We asked. There's no talk of cutting managers. So to protect yourselves, you protect the managers. Sounds like same old management BS. But it gets worse. The New York Post reported you plan on spending $1 million to figure out fare evasion. We all know what's causing the fare evasion. You want to cut 10 supervisor jobs and you can't figure out what's causing fare evasion? Spend $1 million, put our jobs back. And lastly, I want to comment, don't tell us you support supervisors when we ask for waiver an election, you tell us no. Do what's right for the supervisors for once and treat us the way we're supposed to be treated instead of just talking about it.
Our next speaker is Ron Mitchell, followed by Gene Ryan.
Good morning. Happy holidays, all. There's just always so much to say. Just firstly, Mayor Two-Step mentioned, always that the prerequisite to prosperity is safety. And I wonder how is it that we can have a safe system if so many of the bulb cameras that are at the fare control remain covered in plastic. Many of the uptown stations, both on the 1 and the 6 line, covered in plastic for many, many months. There are still not those cameras throughout the system. So again, I wonder where is it that the entire system is covered despite you announcing way back in November 2021 that there were cameras in all the stations. And if we're considering either the peephole cameras or the cameras that appear to be inside of the countdown clocks, they're not countdown clocks in every single station. Many are broken, and so many are also blocked and their view is obscured by, station signage and so forth. Again, as far as cameras, there are only 2 little pinhole cameras in some of the R62s, the 46s, the 68s. But the well-heeled commuter crowd, they get multiple cameras in their trains, even in the retired fleets, trains that are no longer running. And the same as well with the buses. The new technology, just as far as your mismanagement, new tech trains, the articulated 211s can't run, but on the G line, on the C, now they're going to the G, that's great. But how many other riders are affected by that? Staten Island Railroad, their new trains had to be pulled. The 179s prior to that had to be pulled because the doors are opening, propulsion issues. There's no mention, as far as asthma, that's just a fiasco, thinking that you can, just put an asthma clinic and, once you have asthma, what are you supposed to do? As far as, the fact that service remains, there's no parity for service. It's just a disaster. I'm also curious as far as Zipcar, there's no mention what's going to be happening with that as far as going to the congestion zone. I think I'm out of time.
Please conclude
you.
your remarks. Our next speaker will be Gene Ryan, followed by Frank McCann.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, and I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. As you know, we have a lawsuit over elevator maintenance issues, and last May, the judge continued the case. We're heading towards 8 years for this case. That's just delay and obstruct. The MTA needs to come to the table, stop paying expensive outside lawyers, and settle the case. You're saying how wonderful the elevators are. So why not sign a legally binding agreement that will guarantee good service in the future, too? One last point. When an elevator is out, it's like 2 elevators are out because people with disabilities and strollers and suitcases cannot get between the street and the platform. We use elevators and the subway to get places, not just hang out on the mezzanine when one elevator is working and the other one isn't. Settled the case. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Frank McCann, followed by Ciro Impagliazzo.
Good morning. Hi. I want to speak on the Kawasaki on redacting the paperwork that we got from the transit was all redacted and obviously impossible to read. Every public agency in the country is transparent, and I don't know why the MTA board and the staff here would not give us the information that we're looking for. It boggles my mind. I mean, that's all we speak about, our salaries, our wages, everything that we do is constantly in the public eye. And then a private contractor comes in and we redact everything. It doesn't make any sense to me why the public would not have that information. They came to Yonkers many, many years ago with the promises of great jobs. Yeah, these are going to be fantastic jobs. They're going to be great for the community. We don't know how the layoffs work. We don't know now. Now they have part-timers. Now they have temp agencies. The whole design for Kawasaki to come here was to have better jobs for workers in New York. And I think there's a solution to the problem when we want to get there, but we need the information. And the redacted information is not going to get us to the point where we can sit down with the MTA and talk about the problems that these workers have. So everybody, have a blessed holiday, and thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ciro Impagliazzo, followed by Antonia Mana.
Good morning. My name is Ciro Impagliazzo. I live along the side of the N train with hundreds of other people who are complaining about the same issue that I'm having. We're having earthquake-like vibrations being transformed from the trains to our homes. And we try to get people out there to fix these problems, and they just keep putting it off. So if we have a problem, it takes us 6 to 8 months before they'll send a representative out there to inspect the problem. Then it takes 6 months later to correct the problem. They sent out 2 inspectors, engineers from MOW last month on the November 18th, and these 2 engineers went out with the supervisor from tracks. Under flagging, they cannot get a right reading on the situation of the vibration, because under flagging, they're bringing these trains through under 5 miles an hour. So there's no vibration being caused. So their report came back saying that there is no vibration being caused and that there's no problem with the track. There is problem with the tracks. They have insulated joints on the tracks, that there's rotten ties underneath it, that the train tracks are bouncing up and down every time the train goes by. These vibrations are coming through all our homes, and it can't be fixed. We need to get them out there. They have the proper machinery to take these tracks and vibrate them and to fix the stones under the tracks so the track bed is proper. These machines are not being used. They sent some guys out there last week, I noticed, with a little small battery-powered jackhammer that they were trying to pound down the stones around these railroad ties to try and stop the vibrations of the tracks bouncing up and down. They have the broken tracks. Why don't they fix the tracks? They've been sitting in the track bed for God knows how long, these tracks, but they don't replace the tracks to
Please
fix the joint.
conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Antonia Mana, followed by Maddie Buckus Highland.
Good morning, everyone. Your receptionist appears to dislike me very much. My name is Antonia Nania. I am a survivor of human trafficking, and I have previously on Monday appealed to the Metropolitan Transit Authority to create a job through the, I think it's the Permanent Committee for Advisory for your residency here. I have some pertinent information that I would be able to share as an advisor, as an educator, and as a person of, informational authority to target people who are responsible for trafficking people interstate in order to evade responsibilities that have caused missing cases and missing issues, missing people particularly. I myself had actually evaded a situation that nearly took my life, and I'm currently teaching IT and cybersecurity in order to assert not only my own desire to live, survive, and do well for people, but to protect other people who may be falling victim to this. And this has to do with GSM tracking. It has to do with informational stalking, OSINT. If you don't know what that is, it's open source intelligence, and all sorts of other things that I feel could create an excellent job opportunity with the MTA. And I would be an advisor to the MTA to share and impart to you the wisdom that I had accrued as a result of my survival. So, not to take up too much time here, if you are interested in knowing what it is that I can offer you, I teach educational courses. I teach beginner IT and also advanced technology, networking, security, and also I can teach you about surveillance tactics to properly and accurately target people with the surveillance tech that's already available, so that it is both cost effective and proactive in its solutions to protect our citizens. I think we can create a really safe
Please
place.
conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maddie Buckus Highland, followed by Roberto Soto.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. W. Bucky's Highland. For today, I'm back in December. Pardon me, in January 5th. But however, with the new upcoming Trump administration, it could be at risk of being pulled by the plug with a piece of legislation from Washington and even from Trump's pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi of Florida, who was once the Attorney General under then Governor Rick Scott, and Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation designee by President-elect Trump. If that is so, there might have to be massive fare hikes, as you do biannually, to keep up with inflation with the Consumer Price Index. So on that note, I do want to wish everybody, I wish the ladies and gentlemen, a happy Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, and it's going to be a great 2025. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all, and thank you very much. Megan, over to you.
Our next speaker will be Roberto Soto, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning. My name is Robert Soto. I want to thank the board for allowing us to speak today and to hear our concerns. I'm with SMART International Union, and many of our members represent, we represent many of the members that work for the MTA, whether it's in manufacturing, maintenance, operations of rail cars. And our big concern right now is transparency. The Kawasaki contract in particular. I mean, it started off very good with their commitment to, to providing good quality, standard, family-supporting jobs for New Yorkers. This is taxpayer money. And what comes with taxpayer money, there's responsibility for transparency. And unfortunately, it appears that the MTA is allowing Kawasaki to hide behind trade secrets when it comes to wages. Wages and benefits that come from taxpayer money. We urge the MTA to do the right thing and to allow these unredacted documents, and it's not trade secrets, it's simply wages. Wages for good supporting jobs that there was a commitment made for, that we want to see honored. We believe the MTA has good intentions, and we just want to see them follow through on their commitment to allowing this transparency for wages through the Kawasaki contracts and moving forward with other contracts. So with that, I yield my time, and thank you very much, and have a great holiday.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Marvin Tavares.
Hi. Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC, here with a little holiday cheer. So it's a week before Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa. And all through the subways, buses, Staten Island Rail, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, riders are cheering. Congestion pricing is nearing. New elevators and escalators may be met Willet's Point. Upgraded signals, power and resiliency, and station repairs. Not to mention shiny new train cars, electric buses galore. More than 6 million a day rely on transit to move. It makes New York what it is. It gives us our groove. And so it's with delight that we learned there would be more bus service in the boroughs connecting to the core. An extra bonus for riders would be new discounted fares, City Ticket Weekly and expanding fares. Let seniors and the disabled ride the morning peak, whip up a new family fare so the whole gang can see the tree more cheaply. More frequent, more reliable, express buses and locals, more options to ride. Moving New Yorkers from Brooklyn to the Bronx and Staten Island too. We can't forget Queens, home to you-know-who. And the wonder continues with the R211s. G-train riders will think they've gone to heaven. New dual mode locomotives will keep the LIRR greener, with a more flexible ride while making the air cleaner. Another big deal is the budget you'll pass, $19 billion to keep us on track. As riders were pleased, the regions are legion. We're hoping Judges Lyman and Gordon deliver sweet news so congestion pricing can kick off the good the new year with good news. We'll all breathe easier and have good reason to cheer. Before we depart with this swipe, tap, or activation, pre-boarding, sending best wishes to all from PCAC for great holidays and an even better 2025. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Marvin Tavares, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marvin Tavares, and I'm a business agent for Smart Local 28, representing sheet metal workers in Uptown Manhattan and the Bronx. As you approve the order today for Kawasaki to build another 435 subway cars, I'm here with members of our union, SMART, and our partners from TWU and Jobs to Move America to request transparency, accountability regarding Kawasaki's R211 contract. I was employed with Kawasaki Railcar for several years before becoming a union sheet metal worker. With SMART, I take pride in having contributed to the construction of the commuter rail and subway cars that serve millions of New Yorkers every day. However, now that I have union protections, I see how much better Kawasaki could be if they had a union. I appreciate that the MTA required Kawasaki to make commitments as part of this contract and to provide regular reports on those commitments. However, I am frustrated to discover that the MTA is shielding Kawasaki from scrutiny, keeping the public and even the workers themselves in the dark about what commitments have been made and how they are being fulfilled or not. It is particularly outrageous that you are protecting Kawasaki when the company claims it wants to withhold job information from its workers to prevent them from forming a union. This doesn't surprise me at all, as I personally experienced all of these union-busting tactics from Kawasaki when I was an employee there several years ago. I urge the board to respond to the New York State legislators, the unions, and environmental groups by ordering the release of the U.S. Employment Plan and related documents requested by our partners at Jobs to Move America without redactions. I want to wish you all happy holidays, a happy new year to you and your families, and thank you all for taking some time out to listen to my issues and concerns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Kevin Cartwright.
Sorry. My name is Iris Kelly, and in regards to today's Long Island Railroad entrance, the MTA, the tracks, there's not enough connecting time between 12 and 2. You need more time. I understand you have too much time between Long Island, it's not too bad. It's short trips. But for me, it's like walking from one side of the bridge to the other. You expect people to go and walk from track 2 all down the 12. It's a long way off. And then the connecting time, the trains should be less time to wait for connecting time for the trains. It's a disgrace. And then for your new wall pieces, you have your train times. They need to be shorter. You have all the space in the middle at the very bottom. It needs to be taken down by 16 inches to be able to read this, because short people and people visually impaired have problems seeing all these different issues to be able to know when a train is coming. You have one in Penn Station, return tracks 1319, the beautiful machines saying what time of trains and everything. It's on the correct level where it should be, people to read that. And the way you don't have it corrected. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Cartwright, followed by Joseph Morales. We will go back to Kevin and move to Joseph Morales.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Wait, is the mic on? Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales, and I'm a freshman at civil engineering student at Manhattan University. The Newburgh Beacon Ferry Memorandum of Understanding, like I discussed with the LIRR committee yesterday, I feel like we should consider leasing the land directly from the private landowner instead of reimbursing the city of Newburgh for doing so. If this is not possible, I feel like we should try to aim for the MOUs to last for more than 1 year. This isn't an implication on the leadership of the city. However, if politics or any other factors get in the way of continuing these MOUs year after year, it could lead to major service disruptions. And this is very important given how the ferry in the Metro North is the only form of mass transit into Manhattan for a city of 30,000 residents. We also do not want to compromise Manhattan-bound transit service given the strong opposition to congestion pricing in the Hudson Valley. Also, when I looked at the Metro North ridership projections in the November financial plan, I feel like the projected ridership for the future Hell's Gate line was substantially underestimated. The express bus routes surrounding stations, future stations such as Co-op City, the BXM7, Morris Park Station, BXM10, have thousands of riders daily, and the BXM11 near the Parkchester Van Ness Station has roughly 1,000 riders daily. Residents are also likely to use the new rail line to commute to the suburbs. When I attended PS 178 and MS 181 in Co-op City for 9 years, I always saw a line of cars to enter I-95 New England Thruway North on Baychester Avenue during the AM peak. There will also likely be new residents that move in following the line's completion, especially with the New York City Department of City Planning's plan for transit-oriented development along the line. Therefore, the MTA should consider this when planning for revenue projection and train scheduling purposes. I remember Grand Central Madison. I mean, that was a much bigger deal, but it took us a long time to figure out the scheduling. We ultimately did a great job at the end of the day, but we want to try and get it right the first time with this new line. Thank you for your time.
Back to Kevin Cartwright, then followed by Michael Karube.
Good morning. I'm here today to address the evening of December 11 when an F train lost power 1,000 feet south of J Street Station. I'm not here to complain about the loss of power nor the service disruption. I'm here to address a failure of incident response and the unacceptable conditions on board the stranded train. I'd like to provide you with a partial quote from the F train operator to dispatch, no less than 95 minutes after the train lost power. The operator, "What's going on? Are we going to evacuate or what? This is ridiculous," end quote. Why exactly was an evacuation procedure not initiated sooner than 95 minutes? Why not after 30 minutes or even after an hour? Are subway supervisors and dispatch actually competent under the pressure of a major incident? Our incident just 1,000 feet south of J Street was an operational breakdown and safety failure. Radio traffic was concerning and broadcasted an apparent breakdown of procedure and protocol. We were trapped in a crush load train with very little light, inadequate ventilation, no ability to call for help, and no emergency exit options. After 1 hour, passengers began self-evacuating. What was one controlled safety concern for the MTA then became several hundred uncontrolled safety concerns. As I was listening to the confusion on the subway ops radio, I was reminded of 96 and Broadway on January 4. It was this very type of confusion and compound failure of protocol which led to a preventable accident. I demand an investigation into what occurred within subway ops on December 11, which led to the unacceptable delay before evacuating. We trust the MTA with our safety, we expect better, and we demand answers. This statement is just a 2-minute summary. If anyone would like to discuss more details of this incident with me as a passenger on board the train, I'm happy to give additional time to the MTA to make this right. We anticipate a productive resolution to this concern in a timely manner. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Our next speaker is Michael Karube, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. Mike Karube, President, SSSA, Subway Service Supervisors Association. I represent 4,200 men and women in the subway divisions and bus divisions in New York City Transit. What I'm here today to talk about is the 10 surface line dispatcher jobs that we're losing. But we're really losing 16 jobs because of the closing of Meredith Depot in Staten Island. 4 surface line dispatcher jobs there and 2 maintenance supervisor jobs. Listen, like Phil Valente, my colleague in the TW Local 106 TSO said earlier, this is your fault, Mr. Chairman. This is the board's fault. You're financially mismanaging this organization. You are cutting supervisors. I don't understand. We are called labor partners. This is amongst you, the executives of the MTA. We are your labor partners. How come I don't feel like a labor partner? Okay? A partner is someone who is consulted and questioned and asked for our opinion. Okay? We are not asked for our opinions. We are told you're losing jobs, and that's how it is, to balance your budget, okay? When COVID happened, you asked us to support you in Washington to get a $14 billion grant. Unions across the board did that, okay? But what happened after that? We went to the table for contract negotiations, and we got nothing. We were no longer your labor partner at that point. Now we're facing budget cuts. We're no longer your labor partner. It seems to be that we only are your labor partners when it's good for you. What I'm going to say in closing, in my 12 seconds, when each and every one of you are at home during this holiday with your loved ones and your friends and families, think about the transit worker, from the employee to the supervisor to the manager.
Please conclude your remarks.
That's working, moving your system while you're enjoying
Please
your
conclude your
family.
remarks.
Thank
Our next speaker is Anna Humphrey, followed by Reverend Henry Tuell.
Good morning. My name is Anna Humphrey, and I'm the Transportation Community Organizer for the Center for Independence of the Disabled New York. Access-a-Ride is a lifeline for people with disabilities, especially as public transportation remains largely inaccessible. While we are encouraged by the MTA's plan to begin construction on new elevator projects next year, the fact remains that people with disabilities continue to face significant barriers to independence and mobility. Currently, Access-a-Ride users often endure long and circuitous routes, picking up other passengers in ways that can add hours to their travel time. Unlike typical bus routes, which are planned for efficiency, Access-a-Ride's shared rides sometimes feel more like an involuntary tour of the city. Additionally, the requirement to book rides far in advance limits the flexibility and autonomy that most New Yorkers take for granted. The on-demand e-hail service addresses many of these issues by providing users with the ability to make last-minute plans, change schedules, and attend appointments without excessive planning. This program restores a sense of freedom, allowing people with disabilities to navigate the city with the same spontaneity as everyone else. However, the e-hail program remains restricted to a select group of users as though it were a VIP privilege instead of a basic necessity. Expanding this service to all Access-a-Ride users and providing the funding it requires would demonstrate a real commitment to equitable transit for all New Yorkers. People with disabilities deserve a transportation system that works for them, not just as an afterthought, but as a priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reverend Henry Tuell, followed by Kalia Hazlett. Moving on to Kalia Hazlett.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? My
Yes.
name is Kalia Hazlett. I am the executive director of the Sunshine Network, the only travel education company here in the state of New York, and an MTA sympathizer, as people like to call me. But I'll take it because I know that the new MTA and leadership is making accessibility one of its priorities. I can safely say that the community is in the greatest position to have a new New York City Transit president that recognizes how important accessibility is within the system and is willing to say that I don't know what it's like to have a disability, but I want to learn and to grow. Congratulations, Mr. Creslow. Mr. Lieber, I'd like to address congestion pricing, as I have heard you explain many times that congestion pricing covers multiple projects in MTA, and Mr. Torres as well. As you are aware with my work in the community and vigilance in the press, that there have been rumblings that the disabled community is to blame for congestion pricing. It is simply not true. Would you please reiterate to the public that we are a part of the plan and with many projects, and that congestion pricing is not punitive? And as an Access-a-Ride rider since 1999, don't tell anybody how old I am, okay? Ms. Cohen and Mr. Arroyo, I'd like to congratulate you all on the updates and leaps and bounds you have made. I still hear passengers complain about exact change, and that there was recently a post on Access-a-Ride website to riders to have exact change, and it was not well received by riders. Is it possible to post a reminder on the same website that there are many ways to book rides and to pay? Happy holidays, everybody.
Our next speaker is the Reverend Henry Tuel, followed by Omar Vera.
Hello, I'm Henry Toole. I'm a priest on Staten Island. For over a year and a half, I have been reaching out to the MTA regarding the bus service on Staten Island, particularly during non-rush hour times. But my concerns have gone largely unaddressed. I see firsthand the impact of the poor bus service on my church family and the community. Our church is also home to an 84-unit income-restricted senior housing apartment building, and many of our seniors are missing doctor's appointments or are forced to leave hours early to ensure that they aren't late. Church members in our churches and the other priests have noted this across Staten Island, are frequently missing services on Sunday mornings due to unreliable bus service. I am losing church members because they cannot get to church. They cannot wait for an hour or more for buses that simply just don't show up on Sunday mornings. I too take the bus. I waited 45 minutes last Friday night in 31-degree temperatures at the ferry because the bus service was canceled. While we are consistently told the issue stems from driver shortage, no tangible improvements have been made in the last 2 years. Requests for statistics on non-rush hour service have gone unanswered, and our repeated calls for a meeting with the bus division to address these issues have fallen on deaf ears. Staten Islanders pay the same taxes and fares as the rest of the New York City people. We rely heavily on the bus as we only have one train line. The MTA often assures us that Staten Island matters, but the current service statistics paint a very, very different picture. When will you, with the MTA, meet with the Staten Islanders to present concrete plans for addressing the substandard bus service? Our community on Staten Island deserves the same treatment as the rest of the city.
Our next speaker is Omar Vera, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, MTA Board. Welcome to the December edition of your board meeting. First, let me just say, like I said on Monday, thanks for getting congestion pricing back on board. But my ultimate goal, hopefully, is to get it extended one day to downtown Brooklyn, as that's the third largest business district in the city, after Midtown and Lower Manhattan. We gotta make sure all of downtown NYC is covered. Second, I would like to say, regarding the new orders with Kawasaki, at least try to heed what some of the previous speakers say and show some transparency. But other than that, like I said, I appreciate that you're also going to get more open gangway cars, and especially on the G, which uses a smaller number of cars than the rest of the B division. Last but not least, I forgot to mention this Monday, but if you're going to do CBTC on the Rockaway and the Fulton Street lines in the near future, this will be the perfect time to finally implement the ultimate service plan and extend C service to Lefferts Boulevard and have all A service the Rockaways. I've said this time and again, for many years. I know Andrew Albert here is on board. Appreciate it. And but seriously, this will eliminate all confusion regarding A train riders going to JFK Airport at Howard Beach, unless of course they want to make a little bit of a longer trip and take the C to Lefferts for the Q10. But that's up to them. More options equals better service. And with that, happy holidays and happy New Year as well. Take care.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Alita Dupree.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. This is Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So before I get into the Queens Bus redesign, I quickly want to acknowledge that the MTA has kept one promise, and that is making sure that the physical reduced fare Omni cards for disabled and senior passengers is finally going to be made available in calendar year 2025. I myself am a disabled passenger, and I am looking forward to the day that my reduced fare Omni card comes in the mail. Now, the reason why I wanted to speak to you all today was about the Queens Bus redesign. So thank you very much for listening to the concerns of the Queens community regarding the Q30 and the Q31 buses. The Q31 is now going to go to the Bay Terrace Shopping Center. And more importantly, the residents of Bayside are happy that they're going to have two routes running along Bell Boulevard. And lastly, regarding the Q76, I don't know why you guys think it's a good idea to have the bus running along 14th Avenue. I mean, now people are not going to have a direct option to go to the College Point Shopping Center. So please reconsider having the Q76 bus go back along 20th Avenue, because you cannot have this route running along 14th Avenue and then make people walk all the way just to access the shopping center. So I hope to speak to you all again in 2025.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Cassie Rafucci. Alita, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano Lieber and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Hope you can hear me okay. Good to be with you today. A lot going on. Thank you for the work with Omni, getting the Omni cards out for reduced fare. I've been doing reduced fare for over a year with my phone, but the Omni cards are going to help a lot more people. So I guess I'll get one myself for identification purposes. I guess I'll see what happens when I check the mail. I often talk about the things that are not seen. I did read of the unfortunate incident that happened in our subway about a week ago. And we just have to keep working on keeping up with the things that are not seen. Because I want our subway to always be there, not just to be used, but to be enjoyed. And I look for consistency and not just experience. I think we really have to work on having a more consistent policy of fares for the railroads. We have to ask how many people are having problems on the trains because of the peak hour rules with ticketing, that they buy the wrong ticket and now there's a problem. The app helps. I use the train time app, and I understand how it works. But how do we all get on the same sheet of music? So I think we should do a Title VI and look at reevaluating the fare policy. But I let you know that I take my Grand Central Terminal very seriously. And it's not just something I use, but I enjoy it. And I do miss the old track number signs. But we want to keep up with the things both seen and not seen. I wish the very best to all of you and yours. Thank you.
Our final speaker will be Cassie Rafucci.
Good morning, Chairman Lieber and board members. My name is Cassie Rafucci, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a situation which I addressed on Monday at the Transit Committee meeting about drug activity taking place at the Delancey Street, Essex Street station on the downtown J-Train platform going towards Broad Street. Whenever I'm going home from the Regal Essex Street movie theater from seeing a movie, I have to witness this drug activity. Needles are being used, and also individuals are drugged up on the floor. And it is extremely uncomfortable for passengers traveling through that station like myself to have to witness this activity. I would appreciate if this can be addressed immediately. Thank you very much, and happy holidays and happy New Year 2025 to everyone.
Chair Lieber, that concludes the public comment session for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you to members of the public who joined us today. Paige, General Counsel, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So before we begin today's presentations, we're going to convene an executive session to discuss matters related to cybersecurity. Can I have a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to New York State law? Thank you, Ms. Mahalta. Second, Blanca Lopez. All in favor? We're going to executive session. Thank you. Okay. We're going to come back to order. Okay. While in executive session, the board was briefed on cybersecurity matters. In addition, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on a cybersecurity-related procurement. So with that noted, I'm going to do some remarks, and then we'll do board business. Thank you, everybody, for joining this month's meeting of the MTA Board, and I thank all our public speakers. Pro and con, there was a lot of holiday spirit and recognition of what the MTA had accomplished this year, and I just want to thank both the frequent flyers, our regulars, and also some of our visitors for what they brought to our discussion today. Listen, in our last meeting of the year, we are going out on a high note. I always look back at the goals we set at the beginning of the year, and when I took the chair a couple of years ago, priority one was recovering ridership to support the region's comeback, and also to help us achieve financial stability. And to do that, we vowed to deliver excellent service, but also to deal with the perception coming out of COVID and the reality of safety issues in our transit system. And we also needed to keep the capital program on track and to earn the public's trust in how the MTA was going to spend money. So look at where we are now, how far we've come. Last week, we set a new single-day record for subway ridership, 4.5 million customers. Compare that to 2021, when this group began, and I began, when the average weekday was less than half of that level. And it's not just in the midweek that riders are coming back. On December 7th, we had our top Saturday, the first Saturday with more than 3 million riders, and last Friday, again, we had another 4 million rider Friday. That's happened 6 out of the last 8 Fridays, excepting Thanksgiving, that we've been above or right about 4 million riders. And that is a significant milestone because everybody rode off Friday as a business day, but we're back on Friday. Who would have thought we would be defying the doomsayers who said, and everybody deferred to them, they said the city is dead, the subway is dead, no one's coming back. And lo and behold, who would have thought that the suburban commuter rail riders in particular were going to come back in droves? As you heard on Monday, after a record October, Long Island Railroad carried 6.3 million riders in November while hitting 96% on-time performance, the best November in Long Island Railroad history. And paratransit, which is part of our accessibility agenda. And there's so many people who have become part of the MTA family who fight on paratransit issues, and we have delivered for them. We're not just creeping up towards pre-COVID numbers. We're on a path to exceed pre-COVID service this year. We broke another daily record on December 4th, almost 42,000 riders scheduled trips on that one day. And this past weekend, we had record paratransit ridership on both Saturday and Sunday. And all of this is taking place in an environment where we're delivering well over 96% on-time performance service on the weekdays. And as we heard from the podium, we've adjusted to use not the federally mandated 30-minute window for on-time measurement, but a 20-minute window. We're tightening the standards on ourselves, and I'm very proud of the amazing team that's accomplished this. The results is, and we're not declaring victory because we always have a ways to go, but we have 83% in the last, I believe in the last customer survey, 83% customer satisfaction, up from the 40s and 50% in years past. Amazing accomplishment on the paratransit front. And we all heard about how well Metro North has been doing at our event with Governor Hochul last week in Garrison. We were joined by Neil and all of the local electeds who admire and worship him. We heard all about that. But that, Kathy, we'll never stop acknowledging Kathy's leadership and the team she put together and what they're delivering. The railroad is carrying almost 90% of pre-COVID ridership while delivering the best on-time performance in Metro North history, 98.3% for the year so far. And there are more improvements to come as we continue to introduce the new state-of-the-art locomotives and invest in critical infrastructure for Metro North like power systems, switches, signals, and tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is amazing what Metro North is delivering because there are parts of that system that are really falling apart. And we've highlighted this in the capital program and the 20-year needs assessment. So a special hats off to Kathy, who along with Rob has made commuter railroad history. But we know what does happen when you neglect those aging elements. You get something like last week's substation fire and the resulting power outage that stranded 3,500 riders at the peak of the evening rush. Anybody want to know if the New York subway system is getting riders? 2 trains, 3,500 riders. That's who was stuck, unfortunately, even though David, somebody who's having trouble with their alerts, I'm grateful, at the peak of the evening rush. And the governor has asked us to do an investigation with Con Ed of what took place. And I also welcome the comment from one of the remote speakers that we need to look at the process that led to people being stuck for as long as they were. I met with the fire commissioner. They're our partners. In these episodes, the FDNY is really in charge of the evacuation. And I met with the fire commissioner a couple of weeks ago to talk about how do we speed the resolution and the response to these types of emergencies and others. We can't accept that people are stuck for 3 hours. There's going to be a process. Now, we all know that the process was elongated by the fact that people started getting off the trains, and that creates other problems. But the bottom line is we have to find a way to speed it all up in these hopefully more rare circumstances. But the bigger issue is that we cannot put off investing in these antiquated elements of our system, like the substation that blew up. In that image, you see the door that got blown off the hinges. I am blue in the face talking about the importance of state of good repair. Thank goodness that this board, all of you, voted in favor of a capital plan that truly prioritizes state of good repair. Now, in the coming 2025 session of the legislature, we need to get it finalized and funded. The governor has spoken out very strongly in favor of our capital program and her commitment to fund it. We need to get that done so that we're able to give riders the system that they deserve. And speaking of what we got to deliver, safety. We are ending the year with transit crime down 6% compared to last year and down 12% compared to pre-COVID. That's great news, but we know that we have not solved the problem because it continues to be a mental health crisis that is playing out in all of our public spaces. The subways are one piece of that, but it's playing in all public spaces in the city. And the result is the public space does not feel as orderly and safe and welcoming as it ought to be. And that's why I think it's so important that we maintain a really close relationship with the NYPD. Jessica Tisch, the new commissioner, is an old friend. I know she's passionate about subway safety. The new NYPD transit chief, Joe Galata, is someone that we already know is going to be a great leader for the Transit Bureau. And of course, his predecessor, Chief Kemper, is now here at the MTA and has brought us even closer to the NYPD as a team. I'm never going to stop sticking up for the riders who tell us in survey after survey, month after month, that they like seeing NYPD cops in the system and that it makes them feel more safe. So I'm going to continue to be guided by that input while working with the city and the governor and police leadership to make sure these deployments are visible and that they're effective. Huge priority going into next year. But the big topic for today is finances. Shortly, this board is going to vote on the November financial plan. Jay Patel gave us a refresher on Monday on the budget. You had it also last month. I always want to reemphasize, we are 3% lower in real terms than pre-COVID MTA budget. And we're doing that even while we're investing in a ton of extra service across all the modes. 11 subway lines got more service. We cut headways on those lines on average by 2 minutes. We know we have 40% more Long Island Railroad service. We are adding bus service. The governor announced more this week. The budget also accounts for the Queens bus redesign, which has significant increases in service plan. All of this is done in tandem with the governor and the support of the state, and we also are providing to fund what is essentially would otherwise be a budget-busting growth of paratransit ridership because it's become more popular with paratransit users. So the budget, I think, speaks to our successes and provides for continued positive growth. But we also have an incredible capital program story going, delivering projects, big projects, on time and on budget. We got close to a perfect score. Those of you who came to the Capital Program Committee meeting on Monday heard from the independent engineering consultant that looks over Jamie and the C&D team's shoulder and evaluates whether they're on schedule and on budget. And they gave their monthly report, basically said, I think, 95% compliance with schedule and almost the same with budget. So close to a perfect score. I say it all the time. This is, on the capital side, a new MTA. And this is not the same agency that brought us the story of East Side Access with the drag on schedule and the growth of the budget, and that also struggled with the first phase of Second Avenue. The MTA in 2024 delivered so far 13 ADA stations done. There are more coming this week. We seem to be popping them out every couple days. There are 36 in construction. We're knocking out those innovative but complicated projects like the Park Avenue Viaduct. If you were here for the CPC meeting on Monday, you know how amazing it is that we are replacing that elevated structure in East Harlem piece by piece without interrupting service. We're doing the Grand Central train shed. Instead of doing it in 35 years, we're going to get it done in 15 years. Amazing accomplishment. And billions of dollars of new procurements to advance all this work are coming in 2025. Buses and rail cars, we heard some significant information about Kawasaki, which I'm going to look into, frankly. But we're really kicking this capital program into high gear. 2025 is going to be a big year, and I want to thank this board for your dedication. I mean, you know, we go through this every month, and the public becomes inured to, you know, the format of our board meetings. But I just want to say it has been, in a difficult year of controversy and tough decisions about the capital program and many other things, it has been amazing source of strength for the MTA and for our customers that we have an engaged and cohesive board that is executing on our goals. When you look at our goals, service, ridership, safety, capital program, all those things, accessibility, and so on, we're getting it done, and it is in large part attributable to all of you. So tip of the hat, and I'll ask everyone in the room to give the board a round of applause. And who am I turning this over to? Okay, who am I turning it over to now? I haven't looked at this. All right, I always forget the logistics. Neil is groaning. All right, congestion pricing. I know we always want to hear about that. Listen, we last heard from Juliet Michelson, who is talk about people who deserve a tip of the hat. Title, Deputy Chief of Policy and External Relations. We last heard from Julia when the board approved the phase-in that the governor proposed to congestion pricing. I asked her and Charlie Zen, who's worked closely with her on community engagement, to update the board on that work that has taken place in the last month or two. Juliet?
Sure. Good morning. Very quickly, most of the show will be Charlie's, but I just wanted to give a big picture overview to say that our public information campaign, our public education campaign, is in full swing. Our goal is to reach just as many people as possible, to make sure that there are no surprises come January 5th. Folks who drive into the city will know what to expect, will know how to prepare for that day. We've used all the typical channels: general email updates, targeted newsletters, social media posts, both paid and unpaid. We have short video explainers. We have ads in community newspapers in all Title VI languages. We have radio ads, billboard ads, ads in gas stations, and of course digital ads in our system for transit riders who might occasionally drive. But in addition to all of that, we have also been running live webinars several times a week, and we found them to be particularly helpful at cutting through the noise that we all experience every day. We get a lot of information, but in fact, several news outlets have even covered the fact that we have been running these live webinars as sort of a new way to communicate with people, and of course that helps us get the word out even farther. So since Thanksgiving, Charlie Zen has run 14 webinars. Some are for the general public, some are for elected officials in the tri-state area, for community-based organizations, industry partners, for our own employees, for people who want more information about specific programs like the disability exemption or the low-income discount. So far, we've reached nearly 2,000 people, with still 5 more webinars to go. And we've given them a clear description of the program in, I think, what could only be described as a really engaging and informative and sort of almost personal way. We've also been able to answer hundreds of questions from people on the spot, which is just really helpful. So since our board and the hundreds of people who follow our board meetings are equally important stakeholders, we've asked Charlie to give an abridged version of his presentation to you today. Charlie?
Thank you so much, Juliet, and thank you all for having me here. A lot of this presentation includes content that you all as the board are very familiar with, so we're not going to go too deep into the content itself, but rather talk you through how we're talking to the public and why we're educating them on certain things. And also, for those of us joining who are watching who have not seen this before, a full recorded version of this webinar is available online. The transcript has been translated into Title VI languages, and our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info, is also available with language assistance. But typically, when we go through this webinar, we talk about what congestion pricing will do, the nuts and bolts of the program, how it works, discounts and exemptions, which a lot of people have questions about, and additional resources where we can guide people to learn more. The webinars usually have a Q&A period of 30 to 40 minutes where we answer a pre-submitted questions and questions that have been asked live. And we get through as many of them as possible. Keep in mind, for a lot of our customers and for a lot of the general public, it's rare for them to engage a member of the MTA where they can ask questions so directly, so personally, and about such a huge program. So we really strive to answer as many questions there that reach a broad audience. We start with the need for congestion pricing. Specifically, the issue of congestion. The 700,000 vehicle number is something that we all know very well as members of the MTA, as board members here. But for members of the public who are used to congestion in their daily lives, this is something that's important to remind them of and why we are doing this critical program. Presenting the problem that they may have been used to, that it might be hard for them to comprehend, it's really important to connect to them the issue and remind them when they're sitting in traffic, when they're looking for parking, it doesn't have to be this way and we have a solution. We also emphasize here the impact on emergency response vehicles and how congestion at times is literally a life or death situation. And the solution, of course, is congestion pricing. We, as the MTA board, as MTA employees, we know this has been years in the making, but for some members of the public, they're not familiar with that. So we take them back to 2019, when the MTA, New York City DOT, and New York State DOT were first told to implement this program to charge vehicles a toll to enter Manhattan below 60th Street. We go over the zone, we go over the federal environmental assessment, and how it's been a long way coming. And then we talk about the benefits of congestion pricing. We start with the larger overview, right? Less traffic within the zone, which means faster travel times, more reliable travel times. And this is for drivers, for bus riders, for emergency response vehicles. It's important to remember, even if you are not a transit rider, if you drive into the zone, you also benefit from congestion pricing. Across the region, we have cleaner air quality and better transit and safer streets. We connect to them the transit improvements that they know and love. We recently talked about the R211s here at the board. We connect that to new rail cars, new clean electric buses, service expansions along the 2nd Avenue subway, the signal upgrades along the A, C, B, D, F, and M lines. And this impacts 1.5 million daily commuters. So we want to remind people of the benefits they know and love. Accessibility improvements, not just for those who have disabilities, but the elderly, families with strollers, people with baggage. This is really important for making our system more accessible. So we tie these benefits to what they know and love, make sure that they understand where the revenue from congestion pricing is going. And emphasizing that this benefits millions and millions of people. The overwhelming majority of people who commute into the congestion relief zone on a regular basis do so using transit. I know this is something that we all know very well, but for a lot of folks who may be only thinking about their commute, we need to contextualize the problem and the solution to show the impact of this significant program. This is the key thing we emphasize with people. Congestion pricing goes live at midnight on Sunday, January 5th, 2025. If this is the first time you're tuning into the board and you're hearing about this, this is the time you need to know. Starting at midnight, we are charging vehicles a toll to enter the zone. So now that we contextualize the problem, we tell people what they need to know about the nuts and bolts of the program. Congestion pricing works differently. I'm sure we're all aware of how normally when you're on multi-lane roads, on highways, E-ZPass is easily tolling vehicles, you have space between cars, they can pick up your transponder. The congestion relief zone is on dense urban streets and cars are turning very quickly, so this works differently. So we talk them through how our readers detect and toll vehicles. And that is, of course, using a vehicle's license plate and E-ZPass information. So you'll notice one of the themes that we emphasize with people here throughout the presentation is that they need to update their E-ZPass account to make sure they have their current vehicle's license plate on that account. That way, our detectors will just pick up the license plate, find the corresponding E-ZPass account, and give them the best possible toll rate when they enter the zone. So E-ZPass and how this works is a huge theme because that's how we make sure people are paying the best possible rate and they have something they need to do before January 5th. Again, we emphasize that E-ZPass is the best way to pay the toll. Anyone can use an E-ZPass from any state as long as that E-ZPass account has their current vehicle's license plate on it. We go over some of the details about how this works, and we emphasize, again, making sure that your E-ZPass has your current vehicle's license plate on it. I know this is something we all here know a lot. It's something that I've said many times. I can say it in my sleep now. E-ZPass is the best way to pay the toll, but it's really important for our customers and for drivers to know that because that saves them money. Speaking of which, let's get into toll rates. We then go into the toll rates for the different types of vehicles. What's really important here for us to emphasize is that vehicles are only charged to enter the zone. There's a lot of questions that we get about charging for trips within the zone, charging to leave the zone, but we make it really clear for them here when they're charged, how much they are charged. The E-ZPass emphasis is because if they don't use E-ZPass or if their license plate is not in sync with their E-ZPass account, drivers instead get a tolls by mail bill, which is more expensive and less convenient to pay. And that's something else that we emphasize here as we go through toll rates, because E-ZPass, again, best way to pay the toll, you get the best possible rate for your vehicle. We also talk through the peak period and the overnight period so people have a good sense of what they're getting told, when they're getting told, and how they're getting told. Of course, for trucks, charter buses, and tour buses, this works differently. We have a variety of audiences that join our webinars. We have a lot of small business owners who join and ask what is the impact to them, particularly with deliveries. So this is a good opportunity where we remind them, and this is something that TMRB talked about as well when coming up with the toll structure, that as New Yorkers, we pay premium on daytime deliveries. Whether we know it or not, We pay extra because trucks are spending time idling in traffic or looking for parking. So they go over how the overnight toll incentivizes businesses, more businesses rather, because we already have businesses doing overnight deliveries, incentivizes them to do deliveries overnight when there's less traffic and a lower toll. The toll also works differently for New York City TLC licensed taxis and for-hire vehicles. This is something that we emphasize because a lot of our customers, a lot of New Yorkers don't own a car, and they use taxis and for-hire vehicles. The per-trip surcharge for taxis and for-hire vehicles is paid for by the passenger, and we also have some taxi and for-hire vehicle drivers or FHV bases joining, so we want to emphasize this difference in the program for them to understand. We had a lot of questions about crossing credits, so we also go over crossing credits during the webinar for them. We talk about our tolled entries, but again, you'll see here the common theme. In order to get a crossing credit, your EasyPass account must have your current vehicle's license plate. So we emphasize again, update your EasyPass account, that way you get the best possible toll rate, that way you get crossing credits during the peak period. That covers the nuts and bolts of how we toll vehicles, but then comes where a lot of people have questions about discounts and exemptions. We do some table setting at the start of this section where we go over how the TMRB and the MTA board came up with which discounts and exemptions are available. So we talk about how this program has received thousands and thousands of requests for discounts and exemptions for a wide range of audiences, but every discount or exemption that we give reduces the program's ability to deliver on its two main goals, to reduce congestion and raise revenue for transit. So there are only discounts and exemptions in very select cases. We often get questions, are you delivering the webinar eligible for a discount or exemption? I am not, based on that. But we go through them one by one, but for the sake of time, we're not going to do that here. All of this information is available online for those watching who are interested in applying. In addition to the 6 discounts and exemption plans, there's also the low income tax credit for residents of the congestion relief zone, and we cover that as well. We start with LIDEP, the low income discount plan. So this is something that we have a lot of interest in. Earlier in December, we held a webinar specific to LIDEP where we went over the basics of the program, but also specifically more details on how to apply for LIDEP, what kind of documents you need to upload, tips and tricks to make sure your application does not get an issue with it, flagged or rejected. We did the same with IDEP, the Individual Disability Exemption Plan. This is something we heard a lot of interest about. So in addition to the first webinar we had focused on IDEP earlier in the month, we're actually holding a second IDEP-specific webinar on December 23rd from 6 to 7 p.m. And for folks interested in webinars, they can go to mta.info/CRZ webinars. But IDEP is the Individual Disability Exemption Plan, where folks with a disability or medical condition can exempt a vehicle used to transport them into the zone. Next is the Organizational Disability Exemption Plan for organizations that transport people with disabilities. The Emergency Vehicle Exemption Plan, or EVEP, exempts emergency vehicles. The Commuter Bus Exemption Plan, or COBEP, exempts buses or vans that provide fixed, scheduled routes open to the public that get people away into the zone that reduce congestion. These buses take people out of single occupancy vehicles, so we remind them of an alternative way to avoid the toll. You can get into the zone on a method that reduces congestion, and we exempt these vehicles. And last is my favorite acronym, SGOVEP, the Specialized Government-Owned Vehicle Exemption Plan. A lot of people have questions. When Chair Lieber drives into the zone, is his car exempt? This is for specialized government-owned vehicles performing a specific public work that is not general transportation. These are your bucket trucks, garbage trucks, street cleaners, not cars taking you from a district to City Hall. We go over how they can reach more information. We have a site set up for the general homepage of discounts and exemptions and a site for each of them, so it's really easy for people to access information. We also emphasize, if you know you qualify for a discount or exemption, apply now. Because if you are not granted that discount or exemption by January 5th, you pay the congestion relief zone toll until it is granted. So we urge people to apply now. All applicants receive a formal decision notice. If they are denied, we tell them why and how to appeal. And we have a team working hard on making sure we're going through the applications to process them as soon as possible. Again, we're talking about EasyPass, so you may be noticing the theme here again. We mentioned earlier, you can use an EasyPass from any state to pay the toll, but to apply for a discount or exemption, you need a New York EasyPass account. We have removed a lot of the financial barriers to getting an Easy Pass account for New York, and we emphasize them here because a lot of the folks who are applying for a discount or exemption are looking for a way to save money on the congestion relief zone toll. So by removing those financial barriers, we've made it easier for them to access these discounts and exemptions. Then we'll close with some additional resources. It's a lot of information. I'm sure you're noticing this is a lot of slides, but we emphasize sign up for Easy Pass if you don't have an account. If you do have an Easy Pass account, make sure to have your current vehicle's license plate. Get an Easy Pass New York account if you need to apply for discounts and exemptions, and apply now if you qualify. And of course, get ready for congestion pricing starting at midnight on Sunday, January 5th, 2025. We also note our transit discount programs, reduced fare and fare fares. Really great news about reduced fare Omni cards. So we really emphasize that as we welcome people onto transit, because as we all know, the best way to avoid the congestion relief zone toll is by taking public transit. And we close out with some final resources. We have a website specifically set up for congestion pricing, congestionreliefzone.mt.info, with information on the FAQs, toll rates. A lot of the common questions we get are answered there, and we actually use some of the questions we commonly get to inform what goes on that site. Discounts and exemption homepage, and you can reach us through our call center or through the Easy Pass website and call center. But that concludes what we normally go through with our general webinars, but thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you what we present, why we talk about what we talk about, and what people need to know before January 5th.
Okay, thank you. And if Charlie's animation and general charisma were not enough, you know, just as an extra tiny reminder, he is wearing an Easy Pass tie. That is an impressive level of commitment because I know what quality that tie is. So we have a bunch of questions from the board. A lot of hands went up. Mr. Chu is first. Mr. Albert, anyone over here? Go ahead.
Yes, Charlie, I echo the sentiments of the chair. Your enthusiasm is very much appreciated. Please send me over the list of all the audible titles you have narrated because I want to listen to them. You mentioned a few times that the best way to pay for congestion pricing is the Easy Pass. But one piece of information I was hoping you could just re-clarify or go over so I can take it with me for my continued holiday season congestion pricing interrogation sessions. Is what happens if what happens if your license plate does not match with the timing?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I love that you emphasize that you are interrogated about congestion pricing. We held 2 lunch and learns for MTA employees, and we continue to brief teams because as MTA employees, we are great resources for the public. If your license plate is not associated with an Easy Pass account, let's say you change license plates, you change vehicles, you haven't updated your account since you first created it, whenever you did that, what happens is you get a tolls by mail bill instead. Tolls by mail bills are more expensive and less convenient to pay. And that's why we really emphasize Easy Pass. Easy Pass is the best rate you can get. So just check your Easy Pass account. It's good Easy Pass hygiene. We're saving you money by having you do this. So if you don't get that Easy Pass rate, it's a tolls by mail bill rate, more expensive, less convenient to pay.
So just if you go through with the it's the same question. I'm going to continue. It's a follow up. So if you go through with your Easy Pass, but your license plate doesn't match, you will get charged. Your Easy Pass will charge too, yes, and your no. So
No.
your Easy Pass won't charge. It'll all be by the plate.
It checks the plate first and runs the plate against Easy Pass.
I got it. So if you go through, I understand now. It all goes through the plate. Everything's through the plate reader, and then it'll go through your Easy Pass account as long as it's updated. Got it. Perfect.
Mr. Albert, and then Mr. Mack.
Thanks so much, Charlie, for the presentation. One of your earlier slides where it listed the benefits of congestion pricing and it listed CBTC on Fulton Street and 6th Avenue, it didn't mention the IBX. You may want to include that on that slide. The Interborough Express.
I defer to the subject matter experts, but I believe that's
Andrew, I think the point is that the $15 billion that was in the 2020 to 24 capital program included specifically funding those signal projects. It doesn't fund right now IBX, although it does create additional momentum. But that's why Charlie just listed the ones he did. Mr. Mack.
Wait, I just had one last question. who will notify a person if they apply for a discount that they actually qualified for that discount?
Great question. When someone submits an application for a discount or exemption, they are given a case number. And when they get that, whether it's approved or denied, we communicate with them. They have the ability to call the EasyPass call center, reference the case number, and see the status of it. If they are granted the discount or exemption, it shows up on their EasyPass New York account. So an easy way to check your EasyPass New York account, make sure it has your current vehicle's license plate on there, and see if you got the discount or exemption. Great question.
Okay. Mr. Mack.
Yeah. Corporate companies have many EasyPass, including my company, in 3 states. And we don't have an EasyPass for each vehicle. But yet, when we use a vehicle for a tunnel or a bridge here in other states, they bill the EasyPass rate. Now, why would it be different by reading the plate? We'd have to register every single vehicle with an EasyPass.
I want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly here, Mr. Mack. So the question is for companies that may have multiple license plates and multiple EasyPass accounts, how will the toll work? You can use an EasyPass from any state to pay the congestion relief zone toll. So as long as that plate is associated with an EasyPass account from any of those states, any state truly, you will get the EasyPass rate. I hope that answers the question.
No.
Okay.
Again, some of the cards take the EasyPass from one car to another, but the plate is not registered, but the EasyPass is. So what I'm saying is that if you have an EasyPass, what's the difference? What's the plate? I mean...
Great question, yes.
Yeah.
I understand now. So we mentioned earlier how congestion relief zone tolling works differently than other EasyPass tolling, right? So normally when you toll with EasyPass, it's easy to pick up the transponder, but congestion relief zone tolling doesn't happen on multi-lane roads. It happens on dense urban streets. Cars are making tight turns. That's why we use the plate instead. So what I suggest to do there is to register those license plates to the EasyPass accounts, whichever ones of the company you choose, but that way they're associated with an EasyPass account, and those vehicles can get the EasyPass rate. Great question.
Okay.
Just a
Anybody
little
else?
more paperwork.
I think you're supposed to have your vehicle associated with your EasyPass account. So,
Yeah,
Mr.
in
Mack,
most
if
cases.
your companies have chosen not to do that, so be it. But we're just trying to make sure that your companies get the benefit of the best possible rate, and that would be the way to do it. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this very informative presentation. Quick question when it comes to the exemptions. Will applicants have to apply once, or will they have to renew once a year or a specific time frame?
This is a great question, and I really appreciate how this really reflects the Q&A period of our webinars. These are phenomenal questions. We get them all the time. You will apply once. When you are accepted, when you are granted the discount or exemption, you are given a recertification date. All discount and exemption plans require recertification, and there's instructions on how to do that. And before the pause, many people applied for discounts or exemptions, and some of them were granted that. The recertification date was based on a previous start time, but given our new phase-in approach, all of the start plans, the start dates for the discount exemption plans is January 5th. So let's say you applied back in March and you were told to recertify in March 2025. Your new start date is January 5th, 2025, so your recertification date has been pushed. But all the information on how to recertify is given when they are granted the discount or exemption plan.
Thank you, and just one quick follow-up. I know you said that the time frame for approval or a decision would be as soon as possible, but can you just give a specific time frame if possible?
What's tough is it depends on our capacity, and I don't know if Juliette, you want to take this one.
I mean, as you can, we're processing them just as fast as we can. As you can imagine, things are getting busier as the date approaches. particularly for organizations that have a fleet of vehicles that might qualify for EVEP or one of the organizational vehicle plans. We're asking all applications to be made by December 29th in order to give everybody a week, to process them. But our turnaround times are quick, especially for the individual plans.
Okay. All right. Can Mr. Bringhamen, we're going to keep going. Mr. Bringhamen, Mr. Herbst.
Okay, just one comment. Can you just emphasize to the people who want the handicap benefit that they have to apply even if they have the little wheelchair on their plates? Because you keep emphasizing we're reading the plates, we're reading the plates. So I'm sure there are people out there who think, well, it's right on my plate. So just a note. Thank you.
It's the same process that our paratransit customers go through. It's exactly the same, and it's been very successful with that important community, and we're going to keep doing it for everybody else. All right, Mr. Herbst.
Yes. Charlie, thank you very much. It was not only very informative, it was also entertaining, so thank you for your presentation. But I have if you can clarify, the fee applies only on the entrance, correct?
Yes,
Now,
vehicles
if you
are
enter the zone more than once during a day, what happens?
Great question. Passenger vehicles and motorcycles are only charged once per calendar day based on first entry. So if you first enter during the overnight period, where tolls are 75% lower than the peak, you paid your toll for the day. You're good until the next calendar day. Trucks, charter buses, and tour buses are charged every time they enter the zone. But for these vehicles, it's again only entry. Once you're in the zone, you can travel. You can go from 59th to 14th. You can go from 14th to Hanover Square. You can do laps around Union Square if you want. But you're only charged upon entry, passenger vehicles, motorcycles, once per calendar day. And this is a great question that we get a lot, so I appreciate you emphasizing that.
But the commercial vehicles are charged each time they enter the zone?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Samuelson.
Yeah, I'm curious, what are the projections on revenue for this new plan, the revised congestion pricing plan? Because, the statute requires a certain amount of money, $1 billion.
Well, the statute actually requires that the program raise $15 billion over a long period of time. So we will graduate up to $1 billion a year. For the first 6 years of the program, we'll be raising less than that. But over the course of the entire program, we'll get to $15 billion.
So initially, it's not going to comply with New York State law then, but it's going to work its way up there gradually. Is that what you're saying, kind of?
It complies with New York State law.
Okay.
New York State law states $15 billion.
All right, honest question.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, by the way. I have just great memories working with you on the on the board.
It was a good process.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you again to Juliet and Charlie and the team that's behind you. There's literally hundreds of people who are working to implement all the stuff that you heard about today. So tip of the hat to those folks as well. In addition to congestion pricing, there's one other major MTA project that got underway recently that is actually going to transform our city in 2025, and that's the Queens Bus Network redesign. Chris Pangilinan, who's our Chief of Operations Planning, we all know him from his prior role as the head of our paratransit team, but Chris and Rich Hyduke, who's the manager of bus service planning, are here to brief the board on the final plan, which will come to the board next month for a vote. Chris?
Thank you, Jano. Good morning, board. Chris Pangilinan here with Operations Planning. I am joined by my colleague Rick, who's the project manager for the Queens Bus Network redesign. And we're excited to be here today to talk to you about our updated proposed final plan for the Queens Bus Network redesign. And we just announced this plan yesterday with Borough President Donovan Richards and DOT Commissioner Adonis Rodriguez, among many others in Queens. So like my time at Accessoride, I have had the pleasure here to lead an amazing team at Operations Planning. And I want to take a moment to thank them and recognize their hard work in bringing the project to where it is today. In particular, our bus planning team, our bus scheduling team, and of course our partners at Department of Buses and others at MTA. Many of them here are pictured at the announcement yesterday in Queens. So the Borough of Queens, 2.4 million people, would be the fourth largest city on its own, just behind Chicago, and it is the borough that is most reliant on bus service. However, we have not had the opportunity to redesign the network in decades, despite the exponential growth and the changes in travel patterns. However, this plan will do just that, and I'm really proud that this plan represents an intensive years-long collaboration with the Queens community, including our bus riders, elected officials, and other key stakeholders. And we look forward to sharing it with you as we strive toward implementation next year. So now I'll turn it over to Rick, who will share a few highlights with you and also introduce a new type of bus route, which I'm excited for him to share with you. So Rick.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. My name is Rick Hyduk. I am the manager for Bus Network, Queens Bus Network Redesign. Since launch of the Queens Bus Network Redesign project in April of 2019, the team of planners has conducted extensive data analysis and public outreach. After the original draft plan was withdrawn due to extensive feedback from the public and the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021, we developed and published the new draft plan in winter and spring of 2022. After releasing this plan, we conducted extensive public outreach that was used to develop and then publish the proposed final plan in December of 2023. After publication, the team conducted over 70 public outreach events to obtain even more feedback from the public, elected officials, and key stakeholders. Using all of this valuable feedback, we developed the addendum to the proposed final plan, which was published on Tuesday of this week. We will take this published plan to the board in January or February of 2025, and if the board approves, we will begin an extensive preparation and public education campaign, which will help inform customers of the upcoming changes. We will implement this plan in 2 phases, which will be followed by a post-implementation analysis. At the start of the project, 4 priorities were identified by riders. Riders want more reliable bus service, where the bus arrives dependably and consistently. Riders want a faster bus service, with shorter travel times on a network that operates on less congested streets. Riders want better connections, improving the connection to other transit lines, major destinations, and other boroughs. Riders want a simplified bus service, where the bus network is easy to understand and to use. The team used 7 redesign strategies to address the priorities of the public. You can see them on the screen. We look to improve route designs by straightening routes, adding new route types, and reducing the number of variants. We also look to enhance connectivity by creating a stronger grid with enhanced interborough and rail connections. Working with our partners in DOT, we collaborated on expanding bus priority treatments across Queens to speed up buses on key corridors. All of this was done while focusing improvements in areas that need transit the greatest to improve transit equity. Many of the route types in this new network are going to be familiar to customers. Local routes, which connect local neighborhoods with closer stop spacing, limited routes, which serve high-demand corridors with frequent service, SBS routes, which connect key destinations across longer distances, and express bus routes, which connect outer borough neighborhoods directly to Manhattan. And new to Queens, we are introducing the new Rush route. This route is designed to connect outer borough neighborhoods that are furthest away from the subway quickly along key corridors to economic centers and to bus and subway hubs. I'd like to give a few examples of a new Rush route that the people of New York will see in Queens with this new bus network. The Q85 Rush route will travel along Merrick Boulevard corridor. This route will have local stop spacing further away from Merrick Boulevard to provide customers with easy access to the bus from their local neighborhoods. This area can be seen in dark purple on the map. After picking up passengers along this local bus network, the bus will enter the Merrick Boulevard corridor. As it enters the Merrick Boulevard corridor, seen in this map in white and purple marks, it will only stop at key destinations. This bus will act like an express train, where it will skip local stops to get passengers to downtown Jamaica faster, expediting their trip to the economic center in Jamaica while providing them faster access to their subway, bus, and Long Island Railroad connections. Local service on Merrick Boulevard will still be provided by the Q5, so those passengers looking to access other points along Merrick Boulevard will still be able to do so. Another example of the rush route service is the Q111, which will travel along Guy R. Brewer Boulevard. The route will have local stop spacing further away from Guy R. Brewer Boulevard on 147th Avenue, which will provide customers easy access to the bus from their neighborhoods. Again, this area can be seen in dark purple on the map. After picking up passengers along this local network, the bus will enter Guy R. Brewer Boulevard corridor. As it enters Guy R. Brewer Boulevard corridor, seen on this map again in white and purple marks, it will act like an express train, where it will skip local stops to get them to downtown Jamaica faster, expediting their trip to the economic center in Jamaica while providing them faster access to their subway, bus, and Long Island Railroad connections. Once again, local service on Guy R. Brewer Boulevard will still be provided by the Q115. So those passengers looking to access other points on Guy R. Brewer Boulevard will still be able to do so. This new network will have 124 total routes. It will have 94 local routes, which include those limited, SBS, and rush routes, of which there are 25 new ones. The network will have 30 express bus routes. If you take a look at the map here, most of Eastern Queens is purple. Far Eastern Queens. Those will be the new rush routes that will provide faster access to the economic hubs and transfers that the people of Eastern Queens need. Some highlights to point out for this new network. The network includes 36 major routing changes, 17 routes with increased frequencies, and 8 routes that will have increased service spans.
Thank you, Rick. Really great to see a lot of the changes here that are coming to, that we plan to bring to Queens soon. So the next steps here is we will have a virtual town hall in early 2025 and are aiming for that January board meeting for the vote to approve this plan. Once it is approved, we will be working with our partners at the City Department of Transportation to do a 2-phase implementation here in Queens in June and in September, which is in late August, which is aligned with our regular seasonal bus changes. And of course, we'll be doing a lot of outreach with our customers in our community in Queens to make sure everyone's informed of the new routes and they're able to take advantage of the new network. So thank you all for listening. If you want to see more details, the plan is available on our website at mta.info. And again, we'll come back again in a month. So thank you.
Okay, we're talking a lot about this because this is huge for the most bus-dependent part of our city, and we really got to get it right. One thing that I just want to ask you guys to comment on was there was consultation with the unions as well, because there are multiple unions and multiple different depots. Just would you make sure the board understands that part of the process in addition to talking to the public?
Yeah, thank you. We have a number of unions who work in our Department of Buses, and really great to be working with them on this plan, briefing them to make sure that they're aware and are happy with a lot of the changes that are coming on these bus routes, which of course they drive every day. And so Rick and the team were out there in November and December briefing them on the plan. We're very proud that we'll be adding a lot more work to them, so they'll be great that we can work with them on that, on delivering that service, the new service to Queens. And Rick, do you want to add anything to that?
Many of the ideas actually came from the unions themselves. We had briefings with them, we talked with them throughout this entire process. So they've been heavily involved, and we've taken their feedback very seriously.
Because the point is that the drivers know where you lose time, right? So they were an essential input to this redesign. So that's just an important point. Norman, you want to make a point? Go ahead.
Yeah, really a question, really. I'm very familiar with this corridor over like the last 3 decades. And, but, you know, as I've become more housebound in the last year or so, haven't watched the evolution of the surface transportation there, particularly around Jamaica Station. But from the maps you put up of those routes, those areas were completely overrun with dollar vans. Over the years, more and more, the closer you got to Archer, the closer you got to Jamaica Station, the more and more dollar vans interfered with the movement of the buses, which is the only really efficient form, to the point where they would lay over when because these dollar vans, they don't run like full service all day, so they lay over like every other transportation system in the world. They lay over in the middle of the day. They would lay over right in the middle of the bus pads. Now, what have we done? And I could ask this of my union brothers as well in the bus unions that represent there. But what have we done to mitigate this effect? Or did the dollar vans just disappear in the last year or so, last couple of years? Have we done anything with that? Is this something the politicians won't let you do? That's my question.
I am quite familiar with the dollar vans, actually, as well. I worked on the Archer Avenue and Jamaica busways. Part of our effort there was to eliminate some of those issues. Obviously, enforcement is an issue in these areas, but we do work with our road operations colleagues, and we work with DOT to try and prevent these dollar vans from interfering with buses as best we can.
So would you say this is mostly a DOT issue? Or is it something we can't, I mean, it's obviously an interface between both systems, but it just seems to get pushed to the side all the time, and I'm always unsure why. It's it's an impassable corridor in a lot of periods of the day.
ACE might be able to help with this, the camera enforcement on buses, but it is a difficult thing to prevent. They are largely breaking the law in many cases, parking in bus lanes and stuff like that.
I got something to say. God bless Norman Brown, because this is an issue where, let's understand what dollar vans are. They're people who are frequently operating vehicles that are not properly inspected, that don't have proper insurance, and who knows who's driving them. They skim our customers. They just go right along our route and take people and charge them less, and they're getting a less safe, ununionized, less insured ride. And there's been less focus on dealing with that piece of our surface transportation system, and I thank you for highlighting it. It's something that we have raised with DOT, and we're going to redouble our efforts as part of the Queens Bus Network redesign. Thank you, Norman.
I'm never one for keeping my mouth shut when I should, but the thing about it is that it just gets more and more perverse as time goes on. So maybe 20 years ago, the dollar vans on, say, Flatbush Avenue were not real great vans, but they weren't completely falling apart. So if you get on Flatbush Avenue today, it's rare you see a vehicle that doesn't have, I mean, I'm a mechanic, so you look at a vehicle and you see obvious mechanical defects. It's rare you don't see one that is full of mechanical defects. And it's also, too, I don't understand, I mean, you talk about enforcement, they aren't even licensed in New York. It's maybe half of them are Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia plates. And I don't understand how New York can just constantly sit there and watch this. You're being rolled over, and all the poor people that ride the bus that dare take our service. I'm more familiar with Flatbush because I'm a Brooklyn guy, but it's all true in Archer too.
Okay, motion to create a special position, a special envoy for dollar van enforcement. All in favor? Mr. Brown, you are so nominated. Okay, this is a real issue. This is one that has fallen by the wayside. It is political. It's dangerous for the riders, and we need to start to talk about it more aggressively with our friends in the city. That's the truth. All right, well, let's come back to the board with a proper update, but thank you seriously for raising it. Other questions of our Queens Bus Network redesign team? Okay, time is running short. Before we close, Anita Miller, our Director of Labor Relations, will give us a quick update on where we are in the cycle of the union contract cycle. Anita.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. Our Labor Relations team works closely with our labor partners on a multitude of issues, including collective bargaining. The MTA employs approximately 74,583 people across all agencies, and nearly 68,000, or more than 90% of these are represented by labor unions. And the MTA Labor Relations team are nearly engaged on issues big and small every single day. We have 32 labor unions that break down to 80 separate bargaining units. These employees represent a variety of crafts, as you well know, including, but not limited to, bus operators, train operators, engineers, physicians, station agents, customer service agents, IT, and many, many more. At present, the MTA union members are, at present, most of our MTA union members are currently under an effective labor agreement. And this is primarily because the operating employees, represented by TW Local 100, our largest bargaining group, has an effective agreement that runs through May 15, 2026. And that group includes approximately 37,000 members by itself, covering New York City Transit, MAP STOA, and MTA Bus Company. However, we also have around approximately 8,300 employees who are covered under other effective agreements, and most of these include terms that align with the economic pattern laid out in the 2023 through 2026 Local 100 pattern. A minority of our effective agreements correspond to earlier bargaining rounds or patterns established by the New York City and some of their municipal unions. And that's approximately 2,000 employees, 2,600 employees that are covered under such agreements. In all, just about 67% of our represented population is under an effective agreement at this time, or 32 out of our 80 bargaining units. And so in 2025, we look forward to continuing this work, continuing bringing new ratified agreements before this board for your approval. On a personal note, I'd like to thank the Labor Relations team across all the agencies for their challenging and hard work that they do every day, and our labor partners that they engage with, and to wish everyone on the board a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita, for what your team does every day to just work through all these issues. Some are covered by federal law and have different procedures. Some you handle under New York State law, and I know how committed you are to executing on them. Any questions or comments? Okay. Well, with that, I think we're ready to move to the business of the meeting. And let me turn it over to Kevin for the final proposed budget at that point.
Thank you. Today, we're seeking board adoption of the 2025 budget and the four-year financial plan through 2028. We first presented that in November at the board and updated finance committee yesterday. The good news is the plan is modestly better than what we forecast in July, with lower out-year deficits. And also, we're closing out 2024 on a solid footing, where we're seeing, we're continuing to keep our expenses low and seeing great results in both ridership revenue and solid results on our dedicated taxes. So 2024, subject to the last couple of weeks, will give us a solid foundation for the 2025 budget we're asking you to approve, which is a budget we're all very proud of. It's $19.9 billion, but it reflects, first of all, a lot of work from the operating agencies to keep costs low while continuing to deliver great service, not an easy task. It reflects the $500 million in annual savings from the operating efficiencies that we've been working on for the last couple of years. As Jano mentioned, it reflects 3% lower spending in real terms versus 2019. It keeps our debt service costs below that 15% target that David Jones has reminded us and kept us to. And it's based on revenue estimates that, in my opinion, are reasonable based on current ridership trends and what we're seeing in our dedicated tax receipts and subsidies. So with that, the board adoption materials have been distributed with the memo, and Jay Patel and myself are happy to take any questions.
Any questions? We've had presentation and discussion on this before, but we will take questions before we have a vote. Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add a couple of, or amplify a couple of comments of Kevin's. First of all, I want to thank Kevin and his co-CFO, Jay, because this is an enormous budget. We are in spitting distance of a $20 billion organization, folks. That is not a particularly specific number related to anything in other organizations, but my God, it's big. It's a big number. And I think the complexity of our organization is reflected in our budget, the number of and sources of our revenue, the complexity of the cost structure, and I think the diligence that this management team is putting together to keep it running is extraordinary. The vigilance you're going to have to do, we're going to have to keep doing on fare evasion is enormous. The drag that causes us is significant. The cost savings that Kevin and his predecessor have delivered year in, year out is not easy. I would suggest we're kind of at bone in many ways, so you keep finding other opportunities, which is incredible. I think we have to continue to thank the governor. June of 23 was a particularly vital moment. This budget was not working, and we found other sources. Those other sources take us through the next couple of years, and yet we're going to still have to find other sources in the out years. And so I think this is an extraordinarily clear budget. It's a plan that will work, but it's a hungry machine to run New York, and I think this organization is doing an extremely strong job of doing so. So thank you, Kevin, thank you, Jay, and thank you, Jano, for your leadership.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the budget. Mr. Herbst, second. Ms. Soren. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The final budget for 2025 is approved. Thank you all. The regular business section of the meeting, the minutes of the November board meeting and the minutes of the committee of the whole. Remember, we had committee meetings all together. Those minutes have been distributed to the members. Corrections or omissions? Anybody? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as distributed. Mr. Mack, would you report on the Bridges and Tunnels Committee?
Yes, Bridges and Tunnels met on Monday and reports as following. There's one competitive action for $2.1 million. The committee discussed the matter. However, there was not a quorum. And today we seek the approval of the full board. I'd like to have a motion to accept that.
We get a motion. Dr. Rizzo motion, second. Ms. Mahaltzis. All in favor of the action? Aye. Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
This concludes Bridges and Tunnels. I thank you all. Have a great holiday season. We'll see you back in January in the cold.
Thank you, Mr. Mack, and we wish you safe travels as you avoid the cold. Mr. Herbst, can we hear Joint Railroad Committee report?
Thank you, Chair. The Joint Railroad Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are two action items for Metro-North Railroad. The first seeks board approval for the New York State DOT grant for connection services for 2025. The second seeks approval to enter into an 11th MOU with the City of Newburgh for ferry landing and parking leases. The committee discussed these items, however, a quorum was not present. Today, the committee presents these items for board approval.
Okay, I'll make the motion. May I have a second? Ms. Lopez, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention to the Railroad Committee items? The items are approved.
The Long Island Railroad procurement agenda includes one competitive modification action for the purchase of dual-mode locomotives for a proposed estimated expenditure of $787.6 million. The Metro North Railroad procurement agenda includes two action items for the proposed estimated expenditure of $48.8 million. Again, the committee discussed these items, however, a quorum of members was not present. We bring these items to the full board for a vote.
Thank you. Once again, I'll make the motion. May I have a second? Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Joint Railroad Committee report, and I echo Mr. Mack's views to wish all a wonderful, blessed holiday season.
Thank you. We're hearing from the only actual certified member of the clergy on our board that I know of.
Double
Makes it
blessings.
especially special. Thank you.
Double blessings.
Thank you, Reverend Herbst.
Yes.
All right. On to Transit Committee, Ms. Mahaltzis.
Chair, the New York City Transit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There was one non-competitive action for the purchase of subway cars for a total of $1.2 billion. The committee recommends this action, and I move it.
I'll give a second to buying all those subway cars.
Amen.
All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
This concludes the New York City Transit Committee report.
All
Merry,
right.
merry, everyone.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just have a question about the subway car order, if I may. We've been hearing a lot about the elimination of the oldest cars, and obviously the R62s and the R62As on the A division are part of that. Are we getting an A division car order anytime soon?
No, I think you know that is provided for in the capital program 2025 to 29 that you approved. So yes, that is very much.
But it's years off.
And the decision was made. I just remind all of us that the Roosevelt era signals on the B division, in combination with the impact to performance, made those a priority. And we had a car order for the B division in process. So we've moved quickly on the B division. We do now have to get some A division cars in the pipeline. So point taken. Okay, on to from important big stuff to bureaucratic stuff. I chaired the Monday Corporate Governance Committee meeting. I report the following. The committee recommends, and I move, the approval of the MTA bylaws and board committee charters unchanged as provided. May I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Soren. All in favor? Any opposition? The Corporate Governance Committee items are approved. Mr. Chu, Capital Program Committee.
Chair Lieber, the Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction Development has 10 actions for a proposed expenditure of $330.4 million. The package includes 5 competitive items and 5 ratifications of completed procurement actions. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Dr. Rizzo. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
Chair, this concludes the Capital Program Committee report.
Finance Committee, Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there was a motion to try and move the January meeting to the warm climes that Mr. Mack was suggesting, but apparently, and he was offering his palatial estate down south, but Paige did tell me we couldn't have a meeting of a New York State authority in Florida. So, David, thank you for your generosity, but we're going to have to just stay here and ask you to come back up north.
We're ready, but I must say that the town that I'm in is also facing congestion problems as well because of the exodus from the tri-state area. So it's a problem not only in New York City, but it will be a major problem in other areas as
Well, if Ron would like to call us about how to institute congestion pricing in Palm Beach County, we're more than happy to talk to him. He seems like a reasonable character, would have been a pretty good Secretary of Defense, I guess, versus the current. But I digress. Anyway, the Finance Committee met on Monday and reports the following.
Games begin.
The national becomes local. Anyway, in addition to the budget the board approved earlier, there are 4 actions this month. They are: 1, the approval and ratification of the TBTA special obligation resolution authorizing real estate transfer tax revenue obligations. 2, approval to issue MTA and TBTA new money bonds. 3, the qualification and selection of banks to provide working capital lines of credit. And 4, authorization of temporary fare promotions during the Rockaway Line rehabilitation. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Okay, all of this was covered at the committee meeting,
Yes.
so let me just assure everybody. Second is Mr. Jones. All in favor of the items?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
Thank you. The December procurement agenda included 2 actions for an estimated expenditure of $4.7 billion. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
Great. And finally, there's 1 transactional real estate item on behalf of Metro North for the conveyance of property interest to facilitate a very, very thoughtful transit-oriented development in the Wakefield section of the Bronx. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
One more time, may I have a second? Ms. Soren, thank you. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
And, sir, this concludes the Finance Committee
Okay,
report.
and we have come to the end of a long agenda. I just want to, I did the minutes. I did the minutes at the outset. Well, I just want to close, because this is the last of the year, to acknowledge, most of all, we've had some acknowledgments, most of all, the workforce of the MTA. We talked about 74,000 employees who work every day to make sure that we're able to deliver the kind of results for passengers and for the region at large. And as I, with acknowledgement of what was said by one from the podium, we really do want to convey to them through everything we can appreciation and very, very happy holidays. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn while we play a year-end video for those who have tolerance for it. Thank you. We are in adjournment. Is the economic engine of New York. New York City is an economic powerhouse because of density. We are 9 times as dense as Phoenix or Houston, twice as dense as Boston and Chicago, and putting all those smart people together to create value is the reason we are the economic powerhouse of the country and the region. All of that is dependent on high-functioning mass transit.
This year, the Department of Buses had an ambitious goal of hiring 2,000 bus operators. And the near end of 2024, I'm thrilled to say that we're on track to reach it. Anyone that's been riding with us over the last 5 years has seen the improvement that we've made across our modes of transportation, subway, bus, and paratransit. To put it simply, we are focused on running more service, better service, and safer service.
New Year's Eve will provide 11 extra westbound trains into the city in the evening, and New Year's Day will provide 12 extra eastbound trains after midnight. I can't really stress enough how difficult it is on these major holidays to provide all this service, so it's really a testament to the employees for showing up.
Year-to-date on-time performance was above goal at 98.4%, which is the highest year-to-date on-time performance in Metro North's history.
Riders and employees deserve to have peace of mind using the system. Their safety has to be our top priority, and our system has to be ready to take action to make good on that. We are going to keep working with the police and the mayor and the criminal justice system to make sure that anybody who represents a threat to our riders is kept out of the subway system.
Consistently, the top concern that we hear back from our riders is erratic behavior. That stands out survey after survey after survey. The Scout team, what it is, pairing up police officers and outreach and mental health resources on a single team that goes out together, find the folks who appear to be having acute psychotic episodes. We get them to help more effectively and faster.
We're crossing an important milestone here today, crossing that 150 stations threshold. Huge strides we have made on accessibility just in the last couple of years. And that's a huge improvement, not just for people with disabilities like myself, but for millions of New Yorkers who move around with strollers, with temporary disabilities, with luggage. Accessibility investments don't just impact the disability community. A more accessible system benefits the communities at large.
I am really proud today to announce the appointment of Demetrius Critchlow, a 27-year MTA veteran, as president of New York City Transit. Demetrius bleeds MTA blue. It's been in his family for generations. All of these folks bring incredible talent and track record to these new roles.
Over the last year, we've made great progress in so many areas, one of which is launching the new MTA app for transit riders, or generating topic-specific newsletters, publishing culturally and geographically relevant digital and print campaigns, streamlining service alerts information, and of course, conducting consistent, predictable in-station outreach events, which really goes a long way for our customers.
The new MTA is ready to get this work done. We've made the major changes to become a leading construction delivery entity. We're consistently innovating and managing to better, faster, and cheaper outcomes. For the 60% of the capital program that consists of major projects, 92% have been on or under budget, and more than 85% on or ahead of schedule.
On November 14th, Governor Hochul announced that the Central Business District tolling program would proceed. We are ready to implement on January 5th, 2025. This will allow projects funded by congestion pricing to proceed.
There's no New York without mass transit. It doesn't exist. And it's not just our past or our present. Transit is our future. The future rides with us.
Think so. Should be. Yeah. Check, check, check. I asked him and he was like, "Don't touch it. Don't you touch it." Check, 1, 2. Hey, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Stand by.
So, good meeting, important meeting to wrap up an amazing year. You know, New Yorkers are coming back to transit. This is the real story, is that we're hitting records daily, weekday record on the subways last week, monthly records on the railroads, paratransit. We had a Saturday record, 2 Saturdays in a row on the subways. We have multiple 4 million rider Fridays. Everybody gave up on Friday. Friday's gone. We're a 4-day work week, but lo and behold, we're hitting the big numbers that used to be a reach on Fridays. Exciting end to a year where we've made a lot of progress. What we continue to have challenges is because of what's going on with criminal justice. And the fact that there's somebody who thinks that they can just get on our train and stab a customer, like happened last night on the Q train, my line. It so happens I live a couple stops away from that location, and stabbing a customer. And we are. There's no question that we are messaging to our partners in the criminal justice system that, that they have to get serious about what to do about people who attack transit customers, whether it's how we handle people who are categorized as mentally ill, who should not just be automatically released to a supervised, or more accurately, unsupervised mental health treatment, or to whether the criminal justice system allows for people to be banned. We have a guy who attacked, if everybody remembers, a couple months ago, there was an MTA conductor, Myron Pollock, who was attacked by a guy. He just tried to wake up and move out of the train at the end of the line. It was a guy who'd assaulted an MTA worker before, who actually assaulted an MTA customer, who had served time, but notwithstanding all that, he was not transit ban eligible. So the law needs to be looked at again. Somebody assaults our workers and our riders, maybe they should be, the first step ought to be, let's not have them in a situation that they repeatedly show that they're going to get violent in. So those are the things that are on our mind. People are using the subway, and people are coming back to normal life. This is the thing that's on their mind, and it's what's on our mind as well. Tim.
All right, let's start the questioning today with Andrew Siff of WNBC. Dave.
Mr. Chairman, your board approved the year-end budget, and it includes in it lines for fare hikes, including one in 2025, which has been the MTA custom in recent years. For New Yorkers who aren't as plugged into the way you always do business as we are, would you just remind folks who've just been told how important the cost of living is, and the governor reduced the congestion pricing toll and gave people checks, why it is that you need to raise the fares again in 2025?
Well, listen, Andrew, you know this, that for many, many years now, it goes back to Dick Ravitch and Governor Patterson. The pattern has been that the MTA's fares go up 2% a year, and that is always programmed in the financial plan. But emphasize, no action was taken to raise the fare. That would require board action, and every time we go to Albany, our budget is on the table as part of the package of solutions. It's no secret there are a lot of big things happening in Albany for the MTA this year, and I'm sure there'll be some discussion of the fare trajectory as well. It's always been programmed in year after year. It's kind of routine to our budgeting, 5-year budgeting exercise.
But maybe not so routine to riders.
Yeah, but that's your job to explain to people that ultimate decisions like this are required from the the MTA board and ultimately from the legislature, which is the funding entity for everything the MTA does.
All right, let's go to Jose Martinez from the city, who is back in the house. Jose.
Hi, Jano.
Hi.
So last week and again today, you spoke about all the gains made on accessibility, how you're moving at an incredibly fast rate, faster than MTA passed. Could you speak to a station you mentioned last week, Middletown Road in the Bronx, why it wasn't able to be made accessible in 2014 and the difference that makes it happen now?
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask Jamie to come help with that one, because I don't know the specifics, but I so appreciate your lead.
Yeah, we won't get into the specifics today, but
I know there was a settlement there
yeah,
as well.
That's right. There was a settlement, and we're able to get it into the package that's going out, and we're very pleased about that. You know, we're headed towards 95% accessibility by 2055. We're doing this at 5 times the rate that we've done in the past, and we're pleased that we're able to get Middletown in based on that settlement and based on the prioritization that we do to get to ADA accessibility.
And I know, just to follow up real quick, I know neither of you were here back in 2013-14 when the work started. Can you say anything about what kept it from being done at that time? Was it seen as infeasible?
We'll get back to you with some more details, but we're just pleased that we're able to move forward now.
I mean, remember, Jose, what we're trying to do is to make sure that as fast as we can, we don't just get to 95% accessibility, but along the way that we get to people not being more than one or at most 2 stations away from an accessible station. So Middletown Road made a lot of sense from that standpoint. The distribution's on the 6, right? So it's on the 6. And at the north end of the 6, we got to have a place for folks who need that accessible entrance to be able to get to within a reasonable distance.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, joining the proceedings for the very first time, the WABC anchor Tanya Rivera is here in the house. Tanya Rivera, go.
Thanks, Chairman. It's great to see you. Just a 2-part question, if you would. Number one, what would you say to New Yorkers who feel a little bit sort of put out by the fact that, you know, congestion pricing is coming and this increase in fares? And the second part is, how far back, I know you said it goes back to Governor Patterson, but how far back does this biannual 4% increase go? And if you could just elaborate a bit on why you think it's important that this is telegraphed so that people can expect it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, New Yorkers are grown-ups. For number one, transit is one of the very few things that makes New York affordable. We all need to remind folks that this is a good deal. This is less than, if you only travel by transit, it's 15% of the cost of owning an automobile. And we want to keep it that way. We are way cheaper than other major world cities. If you go to London, if you lived on Middletown Road in the North Bronx, for example, you'd be paying, you know, a very, very, very significantly larger fee. We love the fact that you can go from the Rockaways to the North Bronx, one fare, and it is a reasonable fare. We're trying to keep it that way. We also have, you know, 80% of our costs are people and pensions and health benefits. So, you know, there are small increases to those costs for our workforce, and we have to deal with that. We're just like everybody else. But 2% a year, I think, is pretty reasonable. But as I said again, you know, we all need you all to make clear to folks that this is not a done deal, that we need action by key actors on our board process, our budget process, which is both the MTA board, but ultimately also the legislature. We can go back to you, but it's like Dick Ravitch. There was, I think it's the Ravitch Commission. I believe it was 2009 or 2010. So it dates back to that era when, and the reason, Tanya, that decision was made, and it's important for folks to be reminded, what happened is usually there would be no increase because politicians have that preference, and then there would be a crisis and they would have to raise the fare by 20%. The MTA exists in part because the private railroads were not, who started the subway system, weren't allowed to raise the fare for 25 years, and they went bankrupt. So we're trying to make sure that little incremental fare increases that don't break anyone's pocketbook are part of the picture. And but obviously, we're going to hear from our riders if that happens, and we're going to hear from the elected officials who have control over our lives.
All right, staying in the mezzanine back there, we've got Julia Burns from News 12, the Bronx and Brooklyn. Julia.
Hi, yeah, so just going back with congestion pricing, air quality, things like that, you know, touting improving air quality and things, but in areas where we're going to see more people traveling to avoid the congestion zones, I mean, what do you have to say for people who suffer for asthma and stuff like that? I know you've talked about air purifiers, these asthma centers, but I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what your department's doing, maybe in collaboration with other departments, to kind of address these health and environmental concerns.
Listen, the big picture, Julia, which is important, is the overall air quality for the region, huge improvement from congestion pricing. These are projections based on a lot of analysis. And yeah, there are, like any traffic change, any kind of adjustment, improvement of roads, closing of roads, work on roads, it does have an impact on traffic. And there are some specific areas that may see increased truck traffic. Every one of those areas, we have committed to spend millions and millions of dollars to make sure that the people who live there don't have a negative impact. And that includes some of the things you mentioned. Improvements to getting rid of, in the Bronx, the most important one that no one's talked about is we're going to get rid of hundreds of those dirty diesel refrigeration units in the Hunts Point Market area, which are having a negative impact on air quality all over the South Bronx. And that change alone will offset any small increment in truck traffic as a result of congestion pricing. So we're doing everything to make sure that congestion pricing isn't just a benefit for the absolute majority all over, but even in small areas where there are traffic impacts, that we're offsetting those. Those are some of the important investments.
All right, we move on to representative of the Long Island paper, Haley Brown of the New York Post. Haley. You just turn on your microphone, please.
And I just want to finish for my friend in News 12. Some of the other changes that were made are also meant to encouragement for trucks to make night deliveries. That is going to offset those potential impacts. The low-income discount to make sure that if people really do have to drive who are at the low end of the economic spectrum. So you see everything has been done to make sure that the benefits, which are huge, are not reduced by some specific incremental negatives.
So we have two questions. The first one, at what point will the MTA audit and rein in overspending rather than continuing to pass the mismanagement costs on to taxpayers? And do you have the second question?
Well, I think that there's a lot to unpack in that question. So the premise of the question, with due respect, is wrong because the idea that the MTA is mismanaged is, obviously important to argue to people who want to argue against congestion pricing. It's wrong. The MTA is an organization of 74,000 people. 80% of our costs go to pay the people who run the subways, buses, commuter rails, and paratransit. So that's where our expenses go, as well as energy to power the third rail and to make sure that the buses move, whether it's natural gas or diesel or otherwise. So it's important for you and others to talk about how the MTA spends money. It's on people and materials. That's where the money is being spent. Number two is, if you're going to write about the MTA's budget, you need to write about the fact that we are actually spending less money than we did before COVID in real terms. I'd like to know from your newspaper whether your budget has gone down from pre-COVID in real terms as well, or anybody else who wants to talk about whether the MTA is being well managed. So those are the premise of the question is not correct. But do you want to have a question, talk about what we're doing to save money? The answer is, unlike every other government agency, we actually, in addition to the fact that we're running more service, and we can give you specifics about how much more and where, 40% more Long Island Railroad service. We're operating a 400,000 square foot terminal that didn't exist before COVID. We're doing all that, and we're spending less money. And then on top of that, to make sure our budget was balanced, we found $400 million of savings without cutting service to the public or layoffs that were just efficiency savings, and that number has now gone up to 500. So if you want to talk about the MTA's fiscal management, which has actually been reviewed by the New York State Comptroller and by a forensic audit that, when you write about it, I haven't seen mention of when the Post writes about it. The forensic audit gave us some specific suggestions about how to manage our money in our capital budget, and all of them have been implemented, and that's been confirmed. So the answer to your question is, you should write about what the MTA has done to manage its budget well before we talk about other stuff.
Okay. And
What's
then-
the other stuff you want to talk about?
Yeah, okay. It was just about Staten Island. So, the new cars that were approved today, I think it's the same ones in Staten Island that they were broken down a month in, had to be sidelined. So we're just curious, are those cars in Staten Island back in service? Are they still sidelined? If they are, when will they be fixed?
I understand it's really important to some of the rhetoric around congestion pricing that it looks like when we buy new cars, they're broken down. The cars that you're talking about, which have been bought, how many do we have in operation in the system, D? The 211s? Okay. I will give you the exact number. We have a lot of them in operation. They are operating with in excess of 200,000 miles MDBF. I know it's a technical number, but it's important. The cars are operating really well. It takes 200,000 miles on average before they break down. So these cars are good cars. They've tested out well. However, when you put new cars into service, as we just did in Staten Island Railroad, they always come out of service because when you break in a new car, like a lot of things, a lot of mechanical things, there are adjustments that need to be made. That is what has been done. So it's inaccurate to portray this as some proof that we're buying junk cars. You have to cite, if you want to talk about this, I'm sorry I've forgotten your name. Tell me again.
Haley.
Haley. If you want to talk about this, you have to talk about the fact that those cars, that car model that we've purchased from Kawasaki is actually running at extremely high success levels of service. So the answer is, yeah, those cars were taken out for the adjustments. That's routine when you break in new cars. But overall, that car class is really successful, and it's inaccurate to report, as your team has been, that it's proving that the MTA is not successessful in buying rail cars.
I
Next
hear you.
question.
Are they still being fixed?
Some are still going through the adjustments. D, would you want to say
Demetrius Critchlow stepping to the microphone, the head of New York City Transit.
So as we do with multiple cars, it is a continued process with the vendor. But the cars themselves were placed in service. They successfully completed the 30-day burn-in period, so the cars are commissioned and ready for service. But we continue to work with the vendor as they just do modifications to the fleet. The cars were in service as of this Monday, and the plan is that they will be back in service on Friday. But again, in Staten Island, it's a smaller fleet, one train that's in service. So when the manufacturer wants to do an upgrade to the system, the cars have to come out of service in order for it. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the fleet.
All right, we move on over there by the Hudson River Pavilion. We've got Peter Gill of the other Long Island paper, Newsday. Peter, welcome. You're first.
The other one.
There isn't a handoff from the Sage of Valley Stream, is there, going on? No.
Alfonso Castillo has yielded his time today to Peter Gill, his colleague.
I won't be a regular because I'm covering roads mainly. But I was wondering, regarding bridges and tunnels, I read that, unbillable transactions where neither the plate could be read nor the transponder works, those are down, I think, like 4% over the year. But I was wondering if there's been any progress in specifically since New York's law against license plate covers came into effect in September.
Yeah, I'm going to let Kathy Sheridan, who's the president of Bridges and Tunnels, answer. But I'll say this: last year, we asked the legislature not only to raise the fines for plate abuse, whether it was a covered plate or a defaced plate or one of these devices, and they gave us the increased fines, but they wouldn't allow us, as we think is necessary, to confiscate the device on the spot. It seems insane if somebody's engaged in systematic toll violations and covering their plate or defacing their plate to let them drive away with that. And we will be going to the legislature again and saying, come on, guys, you don't let people walk away with contraband and a ticket if they have something illegal in their pocket. Why would you let them drive away with a plate cover? So that's the issue for me. But what you're going to hear from Kathy is there's been a ton of work to crack down on this, and it is having effect.
So, Peter, connecting the legislation that was passed in September to the reduction in unbillables. So the legislation that was passed was regarding judgments. So judgments is really going after folks who are not paying their bills. So when we talk about unbillables, we don't know who those people are. So we can't send them a bill. So there's not a direct connection between that legislation and the unbillables. When we look at the unbillables, we're really talking about the ghost plates or the altered plates. So, twice a week we go out with our partners, our law enforcement partners, and we do these operations both on our facilities and all around the city to crack down on ghost plates. And it's not just not paying your tolls, it's not paying the speed cameras, school cameras, and we find that the folks that we're pulling over are also, there's criminal activity. I mean, I can't tell you how many arrests we've made for illegal weapons that we find in these cars.
I mean, 80%, I was out at the RFK with Kathy and her team last Friday, and 80% of the ghost plates are not the legal paper plates for temporary use. When they stop the people with paper plates, 80% of the time it's a fake ghost plate that's not really from any DMV in any state. And that is a problem. These are illegal cars that are being used, in many cases, for criminal activity.
Next question is from Anna Lay of the New York Times. Anna, get you a microphone.
Hi, Jano. I'm wondering if you can give us a general update on, all the litigation that has been filed against congestion pricing, and can you also tell us how, what's your level of optimism here with those?
Yeah, we have lawsuits pending still in the Southern District of New York, in the Eastern District of New York, in the, I think it's Southern District, but it's also Rockland County. It's based, the litigation is in White Plains. We have Nassau County litigation, which has been removed to federal court, and a few others, and multiple. So there's a lot. I don't want to, at this stage, we just have to run through the process, and we're dealing with all of them, and we're very prepared. At this stage, it's probably not useful to express any opinion about outcome. I'm going to let the judges decide it, but we've done all the work, and we're confident that we have both done the work in terms of the environmental review, which is usually the issue that's being contested, and we've shown the way we're dealing with all the other issues that have been raised in these various lawsuits. At some point, as you saw today from that amazing presentation that Charlie Zen gave, we are doing everything in our power to make sure that the public has full information, and we think that's the most important proof of our commitment to execute this, not just fairly, but effectively.
And moving on to Michelle Caskey is down there, back in the Hudson River Pavilion from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hey, Jano. So in regard to fare evasion, in the past you talked about how for 2024 you were anticipating roughly almost $800 million lost because of fare evasion. Is that still the number that you anticipate for this year? And then what's your estimate for 2025?
Honestly, I don't know the numbers offhand. It's in the hundreds of millions of the high hundreds of millions of dollars along the lines of what you've said. But here's the point: is that the MTA is fighting back against fare evasion, and so I'm just going to recap a bunch of things that we've done. Number one is gate guards who are blocking they're unarmed. They don't have the power to give a ticket or to stop somebody who jumps the turnstile, but they're stopping the biggest source of fare evasion, which is the exit gate. We are also working very closely with the NYPD, who's doubled the number of summonses since pre-COVID, and we've got the National Guard in there as an additional, I would say, law enforcement deterrent to people misbehaving in any way, but including fare evasion. We have programmed $1 billion in the new capital program to buy all new fare gates. I'm not going to blame my predecessors, but the surge in fare evasion, which took place during COVID, was unpredicted, and we got to push it back. And new physical technology is a big piece of it. But the most important thing that's absent from the fare evasion fight back equation is what we need the criminal justice system to do, which is to start making fare evasion have consequences. So even if we give somebody a summons 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, the DAs right now will not prosecute that. And that is a problem because the word is out since Cy Vance, a very nice man, but on this issue misguided, announced that he would no longer prosecute fare evasion. And that's when things started to go wild. And we have to bring it back to a sense that when you do this and you're stealing from other New Yorkers in a systematic way, that there are consequences.
So what do you do in terms of trying to get the message out? Are you actually sitting down with some
Yeah,
of these
no,
prosecutors?
the governor convened a forum that includes the DAs, and we are advancing it in that and other settings, both in quiet one-on-one discussions, in bigger groups. We really do need their help. Otherwise, whatever you think of the idea of like we need to do more to understand, fare evader psychology. I mean, I think Demetrius made it clear on Monday, we're not going to spend a dime on that hypothetical study that isn't of real value. So just because there's an RFP out doesn't mean it's going to be funded and chosen and spent money on. But the bigger issue that we keep saying is we need help from the criminal justice system. We're doing all this. We're spending money. We're spending enormous effort. But people have to understand there are consequences. I myself do fare evasion enforcement every day. It's no fun. No, it's no fun. You laugh. You go out there with me, Sam, and you go out there, look, seriously, this is not fun. Because these are...
That's also dangerous, Jana.
No, but there's a lot... Sometimes I have cops with me. A lot of times I don't. They're because what it is that people who are otherwise law-abiding, this is the part that really breaks your heart. People who are otherwise law-abiding think that this is a big joke and nothing, it doesn't matter. And we've lost hearts and minds. We've lost that sense of community that is essential to having a dense place where we all share the public space. We all depend on these public services. If people steal from public services, they're stealing from themselves. We won't be here. So we're going to be doing everything we can, but we must have the support of the criminal justice system, or else we're not going to make as much progress as we can and should. This is a passion, unfortunately, and, it's a pain, but this is a passion for all of us here at the MTA. We got to turn this around.
Next up is Dave Colon right there from Streets Blog. Dave.
Hi, Jana. I wanted to ask something about my beat colleague, Evan Simko-Bednarski, wrote about the DeKalb interlocking for the Daily News the other day. I'm sure you read it. It was a really good story. And as a fellow Q-Train rider, I'd be very excited about the idea of upgraded signals on there. But what I'm curious about is, what is the MTA's attitude towards de-interlining that area, those lines, I guess for anybody watching who doesn't understand, making it that it would be not necessarily a one-seat ride for everybody, but you flow more quickly through that complicated interlocking because people are not waiting one train or another.
Listen, you're right, Dave. The decision to reverse some of the lines where they went. Okay, Chris can come up, but I can tell you is when I moved to my part of Brooklyn, it was the D train, right? It was the Delta on the Brighton line, and when it became the Q, some of that interlining, those crossings you're talking about, did grow, but. Our decision is that we would rather have the interlocking function at a higher level rather than reducing the convenience that so many people have from many of these lines that are now able to serve different parts of the city. And anybody who's gone from Union Square to Times Square and then back to the east on the line that you and I share know that it's incredibly convenient and ends up on the Upper East Side and in the future in East Harlem, and those are great benefits for our riders, and I don't know that we would want to undo them. Instead, what we want to do is to update the signals and the interlockings, which have to be worked on because they're old, so that they actually deliver better service and less delay in that complicated section of the system. Chris?
I think you said most of it there. I mean, the big thing for a lot of our Brooklyn riders in those areas is make sure we offer choice to them and the ability to have redundancy in the lines that they can go to different parts of Manhattan they need to go to. And there's a lot of people who are enjoying their one-seat rides today. We want to make sure we consider that in any talk about that. So making sure the switch is working, definitely the priority. So thanks.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, upgrading the signals is good, but I guess philosophically, is the MTA opposed? Is it something that you would look at when the signal work is done?
Honestly, Dave, these guys are fantastic, and they're looking at every opportunity to deliver better service, whether by adjusting the service pattern or the frequencies or the crossings. But when you have modern signals, it gives you great, enormous capacity to do more than we're doing right now, and that's where we're headed. Is a modern interlocking with modern signals, solid-state signaling, and switches, but we'll keep looking at it. You're showing your knowledge of some of our technical side, but our goal right now is to get a modern signal system that will allow us to do what we're doing, but much better.
All right, under the policy, if you get name checked, you're next. Ed, there he is, Evan Simcoe Bednarski of the Daily News in person.
Thank you, Dave. So, Jenna, last month when there was the town hall for the Rockaways shutdown, it was mentioned a number of times that one of the main limiting factors in ameliorating the issue was a lack of buses. This came up again when we were talking about yesterday the guidelines that the Queens bus redesign has to play within. I understand that there's been a major effort to hire more bus operators and train them. But I'm wondering what you guys are doing about the maintenance backlog on the buses themselves. Can you speak to that, to getting more physical buses on the street?
Frank Anacaro stepping to the microphone from buses.
Good morning. Yeah, as you mentioned, good afternoon. As you mentioned, we're in good shape with bus operators. Jano, I think, mentioned earlier we hired over 2,000. We've exceeded our goal this year, so we're prepared. And we're just preparing our fleet. We have a healthy fleet. We brought some additional buses in, and we're getting them ready for the shuttle, and we're going to be ready to go. So.
And is there, when new buses are purchased, are you buying them with the intent of sort of being able to have some in reserve so that when buses go down, you can backfill? Because my understanding is you guys are running pretty close to the edge right now in terms of operating buses.
So I wouldn't say running close to the edge. We have a healthy spare factor, right? We have approximately 15% spare factor, so we're good. As new buses come in, we make decisions based on what the need is, but we're in good shape. Okay.
All right, do we move to Steve Nesson, representing WNYC, Gothamist, and the widely beloved and read On the Way newsletter. Steve?
Hey, Jano, I don't know if the congestion pricing gurus are here, but I have kind of a numbers question. I don't know if you can answer it, or they can.
Take a shot.
I just want to know how many exemptions have been granted so far, how many people have applied, how many have been rejected, and how many can the MTA give in total?
Okay, so first of all, there's no cap on how many we can give, just to be clear. Everybody who qualifies for the disability exemption, the low-income discount, and the other exemptions that Charlie Zen, in a bravura performance, laid out today, Acronym City. All of those, as many as people apply, they'll be granted. But as far as where we are, it's in the thousands, and we'll give you the specific numbers.
Can I ask one more question that maybe
Sure.
is more in your wheelhouse? Top source in Albany tells us that Governor Hochul is going to put more National Guard members into the subway system. So I just want to get you to describe the value of doing this versus the inconvenience for riders.
Hard for me to, first of all, inconvenience. It's no inconvenience. You've seen, Steve, you're a rider. You see the National Guard are there to function as eyes and ears and additional safety. I think it's sort of creating a stronger safety vibe and to allow the NYPD to maybe have a slightly bigger footprint. If the National Guard is at one entrance along with an MTA police officer, the MTA, I'm just thinking of Atlantic, for example, the NYPD can cover one extra entrance, and in many cases there are 6, 7, 8 different entrances. So that it has value, and we can second guess the assignment, but I'll take every additional safety incremental contribution that I can get. And I believe National Guard, just like people like seeing cops, all the customer feedback is they welcome an additional safety presence in the system. And then we can all parse the causation. But the fact that in the time since the National Guard came into the system, crime has gone down, has some value, I think, and should be recognized. So I'm going to support any incremental assignment of personnel who add safety, although it may not be the same as having a uniformed cop who's armed. It has value, just like our gate guards have some incremental value, though they're not armed and they're not empowered to physically intervene.
All right. Before we close out
Sam.
That's what I was. The last half of that sentence was, before we close out the questioning, we're going to go to Samantha Liebman of New York 1. But before we get to that, there was a question about the R211s. I think it was from Haley Brown. Haley, the mean distance between failure, which is the measure of success of a train car, is off the charts successful for the R211s. It's well over 300,000 miles, like 336,000 miles between failures. Way, 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 way larger than all the other models.
So,
okay? So
Haley, just so you have context, because I know I come back at you a little hard. When I was, started riding the subways, that number was 5,000 miles. So it's like 60 times as reliable as the cars that I grew up with in the subway system in New York, and that's important. That is, for a rider, this is the essential experience. Is like, am I going to get where I'm going before, God forbid, the subway breaks down? And that's really important. These cars are performing well. Got to be acknowledged.
All right, Sam, New York 1, close it out.
You're red. You're red.
Okay.
You're red.
Great. One time I would like to be called on first.
She got an exclusive this week, but she's still giving you a hard time, huh, man? It just doesn't end. It doesn't end.
No hard time. Samantha Liebman is here. She's asking a question. The public is watching.
And Jano, just for the record, I've had people approach me asking to open the gate, and I have not done it. So
that's good.
Just putting that out there. So first of all, the New Jersey judge has not made a decision, obviously. I've heard that that's because he's still trying to get a settlement done. But I've heard that you guys have offered more money to New Jersey, possibly even some revenue sharing in the future for New Jersey Transit. What's going on there?
Okay, so you're a sophisticated reporter, so you know that there could not be any discussion from this podium of any hypothetical settlement negotiation. It would be a violation of court rules, not to mention bad practice. So, next question.
I had to try. Is there any scenario that this fare increase doesn't happen or is modified, especially since the governor seems to be on this campaign to put more money in people's pockets?
A lot of hypotheticals in that conversation. The point is that actions are needed from multiple levels of government for any fare increase to be effectuated. It is in our financial plan, but so are many other standard hypotheticals. All kinds of things can happen. There's no question that this governor is focused really hard on affordability. Transit is affordable. Transit is one of the cornerstones of affordability in the city of New York. You don't have to own a car. You're saving a ton of money. If you own one car rather than two, you're saving a ton of money. So keeping transit affordable is something that the governor values highly, and we do as well.
Have you had discussions with her at all?
Not on this issue at this time, but she's focusing on the affordability agenda every day.
All right, thanks, Jano, Kathy, Chris, Demetrius, Frank, everybody here. Appreciate it. That's it from Lower Manhattan.